Ladies and gentlemen, Diamond Podcasting Productions presents The Shoot, a pro wrestling podcast, with your hosts, Dan Burke and Drew McKenzie.
Another week in the books, another PLE in the books for WWE. And of course, the big debut of the Wyatt 6 on Monday night. But for some of us, especially here in the Boston, New England area, there were more pressing and more important things happening on Monday night. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Pro Wrestling World Talks / The Shoot. Pro Wrestling World Talks, of course, you can hear us on Spotify and on Apple every single week. And of course, The Shoot, you can find us here on Diamond Podcasting Productions here on YouTube. The reason that we were not able to see the Wyatt's debut on Monday night is because for the 18th time, your NBA World Champion Boston Celtics have won the 2024 NBA Championship. So that was our main focus on Monday night and not the Wyatt 6 debut. Mac, okay, as always, joining me. And I have also been
It looks like you've been joined by Stephanie as well.
I did not feed them yet, no. I will do that before I go to bed.
Please.
Why?
Because I'm so tired.
I'll just go to bed then.
Okay, bye.
I love you.
And I love you.
Hi, bye.
He says love you.
Love you.
I do.
Okay. Love you.
Love you.
Okay. So once again, by the way, public, it's not like my cats are not starving either. They always have this. Daria, my older cat, gets wet food. And at the same time, I have to give Beetlejuice treats because he doesn't eat wet food. But they have dry food consistently. Dry food is always available. So I don't want people thinking that I am horrible to my animals, because I am not. They are well-fed animals.
Spoiled.
They are, exactly. They are spoiled. But the Boston Celtics, for the 18th time in their history, and have now been able to separate themselves from the Los Angeles Lakers when they were tied at 17 after 2020, after the Lakers winning the championship in the bubble, of course.
Yep.
Which, of course, everybody criticizes and just says, oh, that championship should have an asterisk next to it. When it comes to NBA championship, when it comes to titles, you win it. They went out and they won the game. They won the tournament style that it was in the bubble. They won it. They probably were going to win it regardless because of the team that they had stacked up. So I felt like that the Lakers winning that championship doesn't need an asterisk, considering the fact that if it played out in real time, they probably would have won it anyways. But they won their 17th championship, which tied them with the Boston Celtics. 4 years later, however, the Celtics now have won their 18th championship and have separated themselves again from the Lakers. The Lakers, of course, announced this week that they have hired J.J. Redick as their head coach.
Good for you.
I wipe my brow of dramatic effect. But the Celtics dominated this playoff, dominated the regular season, but yet the national media all picked the Dallas Mavericks because Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic.
Meanwhile, before the finals, Kyrie was 0 for 12 against the Celtics?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All around, the Celtics have the better team. I totally, nothing against Luka, nothing against Kyrie, even though I think my hatred for him is well documented at this point, but he's still talented. But overall, the Celtics had the better team.
they had the better team. They had more depth. Brad Stevens was a genius in the sense of that he was able to get a lot of defensive-minded players who could also shoot from the perimeter. Derek White, Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis all are about 40% career three-point shooters. And when you frustrate guys like Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and then you have to have guys like PJ Washington beat you, now you're in trouble. I wasn't a little concerned after game 4 because of the fact that they got blown out by like 40 to 50 points. And I'm like, oh boy, I hope this doesn't let them back in. But then Monday night, they were able to close the deal. It was a gentleman's sweep, as they say. And they were able to close it on their home floor, which again is more important.
Totally. Yeah. I was pissed they lost game 4, but I was happy they won game 5 at home. So
exactly.
I'll take it.
Exactly. And it's amazing to me that I consider myself and considering the fact of my weight issues, I've always at least I can do certain things, and my cardio is decent. At least I can walk, a ton of mileage and that type of stuff. And I think as I was watching these games and I was looking at Luka Doncic at certain points, I was just like, am I in better shape than Luka? What the fuck is going on here?
It's funny you say that because every time Porzingis goes up for a jumper now, I'm like, please land, please land, please land.
Yes.
Oh, okay, he's okay. Thank God.
Yes.
His legs, man, it scares me every time.
It is scary. Porzingis was always somebody that I coveted ever since the Knicks drafted him because he reminded me a lot of Dirk.
Yeah.
Straight shooter, Euro step, all these skills and same kind of body as Dirk. Dirk also had some really good durability. He really, not many seasons where he ended with season-ending injuries or was out for an extended period of time. Where I look at Kristaps and it's just like, oh my God, every time. And there were concerns this year because when we got him, we were just like, if he stays healthy. And luckily, they had that 10-day break in between the conference finals. They swept the Pacers, which did them the only time where rest helps you in sports. It doesn't help you in the NHL. It doesn't help you in Major League Baseball. It helps you in the NFL and it helps you in the NBA. The NHL, you're playing every day anyways, and if a goalie gets hot, he doesn't want his momentum to stop. In Major League Baseball, it's the same thing. If you have hot hitters and hot bullpen, the last thing you want is to have that big layoff. Perfect example was in 2007. The Colorado Rockies had won 21 straight games coming into the World Series against the Boston Red Sox, which means they swept in the NLCS. The Red Sox just played a 7-game series where they had to come back from 3-1 down against the Cleveland Indians. And they went into that World Series, and it was a sweep. Boston defeated Colorado because Colorado, all the momentum was gone because they had to sit home for about 10 days. Can't do that in baseball. NHL, same thing. The NFL and the NBA, though, the extra rest helps. Even though with that wild card game now, you can argue, because more teams have played, because there's only one seed now that gets that bye week. The way that's played out the last couple of years, where some of these wild card teams, even that seems to be a kind of a case where the extra rest doesn't help teams. But now, with the NBA, because everybody was saying, is it going to benefit the Celtics? I said, it probably will, because you look at Porzingis with his injuries, he'll be back for game 1 or 2 healthy, which he was. But then I think he was healthy for game 1, and then game 2 it was yeah, he'll be there. Game 3, not available. Game 4 might be available. Game 5 might be available. So it was hard. It was hard because you don't want to, especially somebody that's in his position of being a 7-footer. a defensive presence, but also somebody that could play on the perimeter. Al Horford's 38 years old, so he's going to have to play more minutes now. And he's already kind of an undersized power forward center anyways. But they were able to pull it off because, again, exceptional depth. It'll be interesting to see if Horford wants to come back next year. I've already heard if Horford doesn't want to come back, that Andre Drummond will probably be available. You can probably get him cheap.
Wow.
And they're probably going to retain. They're probably going to retain Tatum, but Jaylen Brown definitely. They're probably going to give Tatum a supermax contract. I've heard as early as this weekend.
I wouldn't.
And then Drew Holiday is locked up. Derek White's locked up. So that core seems to be should right now be locked in for them. And Porzingis is locked in as well.
Yep.
So that core seems to be locked in. And there is a case that can be made that next year they'll be able to run the table and maybe go back to back. And you think of the other teams in the league that are going to have issues. But Philly's also going to have money.
Yeah.
Philly's been kicking the tires on getting Paul George. And they're going to have cap space with the Tiberius Harris, the Harris contract coming off. Miami's going to want to retool. New York's also got a lot of money to spend, and they're hungry. Where I expect a New York-Boston rivalry to kick up again, but this time with the Knicks and the Celtics. So another championship for this city, our 13th over the last 22 years. The Celtics also joined the Red Sox and the Patriots as having multiple world championships in this city during that time. The Bruins only have one.
Just shut up.
Shut up, bitches.
He had another good one this week too.
I saw the shirt.
Oh,
too.
it's hilarious.
That shirt.
I gotta get that. I gotta get that shirt.
Yeah, me too.
It's just, I'm so sorry, bitch.
But I loved like the fake crying he did. I'm so sorry, bitches. So good.
It's everything he's been doing lately has been exceptional. But in the spirit of Red Auerbach, and I'm trying to cut back on cigar smoking anyway, so I can't go with a cigar. So I had to be able to get something that simulates a cigar.
Good old Black and Mild.
Mm-mm.
Shut up.
Oh, it'll get me mild, all right.
Yeah. No comment. Anyway, congratulations to the city of Boston. Congratulations to the Boston Celtics, that whole organization. The strides that they've made, not only this year, obviously, winning it for the 18th time, historic amount of wins for that organization, but also the last couple of years with the core of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You mentioned it before where you're saying, is Jaylen Brown worth that money? Who else can they get in here? And they've continued to make moves to not only get back to the finals the last couple of years, but now to finally win it by making some of the acquisitions they made this offseason. So, again, kudos to them. Kudos to the city of Boston. I know that's probably an unpopular opinion in the sports world these days, but when you're actually from there, it feels nice.
I would also like to thank the Philadelphia 76ers for taking Ben Simmons and the Los Angeles Lakers for taking Brendan Ingram. And then the 76ers again taking Marquise Fultz.
Yeah.
And then the Lakers taking Lonzo Ball. I'm really happy that you guys made those decisions, which allowed us to get Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I mean, good on you guys for really setting that organization, setting this organization up for some real winners on this one. Man.
The other thing I'll say to that point is And maybe this is on the players. I don't know, but I remember we talked about this before, where once previous coach, who I'm just not going to name, was excommunicated, as it were, from the city of Boston. I was not the biggest on Joe Mazzulla. I really felt they should have had an interim coach for a year or two, and boy, was I wrong.
Did you see the pictures of him yesterday in the North End with the trophy?
I did.
Yep. He's really ingratiated himself to the city.
He really
and
has.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with this core and also with the future of the franchise, just because of, and I've talked about it in this program before. I have talked about it with friends or other places, even in private chat. I think I said, the problem I have with the Celtics playing the Mavericks is that Boston's favorite. I said Boston's fans' favorite players, anyways, is Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
So it's which brings up the point and the old adage of the city and its not so kind history as far as racial problems. And I'm interested to see if this goes 3 to 5 years where they win multiple championships, if they get beyond a certain point of popularity. Because the Bruins have had such a stronghold in this town. But I don't know if the Bruins are going to be able to win multiple cups in this next 3 to 5. And I'm not talking my anti-Bruin rhetoric, which I usually do. I'm just saying.
Shut up, bitches.
I'm just saying that I wonder if the popularity for the Celtics will surpass the Bruins, or if Bruins is still going to be the team that everybody follows in the dead of winter, as you could say, because the Patriots usually stop in March, usually stop by like January or February. Lately, it's been December, but you wonder if the Celtics are going to be able to overcome the popularity that the Bruins have had for so long in the city. And I didn't listen to enough Boston Sports Radio this week to see if on Monday or Tuesday to listen to all the fans being like, yeah, it's great about the Celtics guy, but what about the Bruins? I mean, can they get Marchand back? Is Pasternak really going to be able to have the same success he did last year? I'm going to hang up now so you guys can answer. That I figured was going to be the rhetoric that was talked around in this town on Monday and Tuesday. We're talking about the Celtics winning their 18th championship. Well, I wanted to talk about the Bruins. I'm Sully from South Boston.
It sounds like the afternoon show to me.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
One guy knows hockey, the other guy knows basketball, and together they don't know anything about football or hockey, or football or basketball, excuse me.
Exactly. They don't. The two sports that they're just like, what? But it's positive in the city right now, which is great. I hope that this is also the first of many for this chance. It's a very likable team.
It is.
Extremely likable team. There's so much talent on this team where you're just like, and they're all kind of humble and they all want to work as a team. They all want to be, Jason Tatum, he's the closest thing to Kobe I've seen in a long time. And he wants to be Kobe. And I look at it from, him and Brown are probably going to be that next duo where you just sit there and say, yeah, they got a chance. But they have the one under the belt now, which I think is going to make it easier for them because now the pressure's off. Now the next story that everybody wants to hear is how many can you win? You got one. How many now can you win? And I see them at least 2 or 3 more.
Yeah.
At least 2 or 3 more. I see them in the category of the Warriors.
If they can keep this core together, especially those two, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, I would probably throw Derek White in there, Drew Holiday, obviously.
Yes.
Those around those top 2, and then the next 2, and then obviously Porzingis as well. I think if he can be healthy and has no more leg issues going into the later stages of his career, if they can keep him around, you got 5 top guys right there, and that's huge. And I gotta say, that's why Dallas or the Nuggets, whatever, that's why they lost. They only have 2 guys. They don't have the same depth that the Bruins have. And you guys that come off the bench like Peyton Pritchard that could nail a shot at the halftime buzzer the way he did, dude, it's like you got all these guys. Al Horford's another one, obviously. And having that depth, having that talent in place to start your games or to plug and play off the bench, whichever you want to do, depending on the day, it just speaks volume to the depth and talent of this team. Whereas a lot of the other teams have maybe 1 guy or 2 guys, and they typically, if we go back to the previous years that we talked about before they got traded, and before Ray Allen left, obviously, was 3 guys. You always had to have your quote-unquote big 3. I don't even think the Celtics have a big 3. I think they have, like, a huge, front court team, as it were, and that's all they fucking need, and that's what drove their success.
And it reminded me of a Warriors team from the last decade. It reminded me of the early 2000 Lakers, because it was more than just everybody looks at it was Shaq and Kobe. They still had Derek Fisher. They still had Rick Fox, Horace Grant. They had some key pieces coming off that bench. They also had Robert Horry. They had really key pieces. Last year, when the Celtics decided that they were going to move on from Marcus Smart, there were a lot of people in this town that were really pissed off about this move. And I remember telling them, Marcus Smart is a role player. He is only going to get you so far. Yeah, he's a great defender, but he's a liability when it comes to shooting and offense.
Is it somebody that played college ball?
No, we had similar.
No, I know.
We had similar. He liked the deal. He also
liked it. I remember that.
I'll be honest too. He also said they need to get Drew Holiday. They need to get Drew Holiday. He was all over it. And he was 100%. And there's one thing that I can't say about him. He taught me more about basketball than I think anybody, because I got into basketball very late.
I don't think you got in late. I don't think that's accurate, because we grew
just
up around. Hold on, though.
Yeah.
We grew up around the time when Jordan was very popular. But then after Jordan, there was that drop off, and I think that's the category that you actually fall into, is that post Jordan drop off.
I wouldn't say that, because I really was into the Shaq and Kobe teams. Like
that's fair, but even then, there's still a gap.
Right. When the Spurs played, I didn't really give a shit when they won those titles, because they were just so boring. I felt like
it was cookie cutter.
And it was just, but they won because they were good. And they were just really, really good. And I couldn't argue with that. The Warriors, the couple of those championship teams too, I really appreciated. It was when they got Durant that I couldn't stand them, because I was just like, all right, now you really just said fuck you.
But isn't that the Celtics now, if you think about it? A little bit? I think you got Homer glasses on, bro.
No. Well, okay, but Kevin Durant is one of the top 75 players in NBA history. He's on the team. And the Celtics, Brown, Tatum, both homegrown talent. And all these other pieces that they got are still, they're stars, but they're not marquee stars. You're not looking, Durant's a marquee name. LeBron's a marquee name. Tatum and Brown are marquee names, but again, homegrown. Where Porzingis, Drew Holiday, Derek White, Al Horford, those are more, they're stars, but they're not like the elite level stars.
All right, I'll give you that.
They're
not
I understand.
Top 4 person on the team or anything.
You can make the argument. Yes, you can make an argument that they stack the deck, but also at the same time they got the right pieces involved.
I
Because
agree.
this is the same organization a couple of years ago that got Kyrie and Gordon Hayward. And Hayward's prime time in this city lasted 7 minutes. But,
That's being a very generous, I feel like.
well, his ankle, I don't think, has ever recovered.
I know.
That's
part
besides
of
the
why I'm saying
point.
it, too. Yeah. That's part of why I said it.
Well, like,
I don't even know, man. Like, maybe 3 minutes. I don't know.
did somebody say 3 minutes?
3 minute warning. I wonder how many people actually understand that reference. Anyway,
It's probably, yeah, you wonder how many. Well, it depends what depends what our demo is.
yeah, that's my point. Yeah. Anyway, I guess that's a good segue to what we actually talk about on the show, which is professional wrestling. So this past weekend, in Glasgow, Scotland, was Clash at the Castle. I know people kind of crapped on this show because of the ticket sales. However, the venue was not the size of some of the other venues that they have gone to in the past. So they were at capacity for the show. Doesn't always translate to number of ticket sales and attendance, but for what I feel like, and we'll talk about it right now, the way this crowd responded to this show was, in my opinion, just as good as what the venue was in France. Just as good.
I agree. I agree.
The only gripe I really had with this show was starting with the WWE Undisputed Championship. But this crowd was pumped for it. So we'll start there. The first match is the I Quit match against Cody Rhodes against AJ Styles for the WWE Undisputed Champion. You can see it on the slide right now. Still, your WWE Undisputed Champion, Cody Rhodes, wins against AJ Styles in the I Quit match.
I mean, it was we knew the outcome. It was 100% locked that he was going to walk out with the title. But again, another stellar performance. Probably just as good as their last encounter, if not a little better.
Yeah, it's tough. It's funny, when we talked about it the week prior, we talked about the figure four, we talked about that crossface move that AJ does, and both showed up in this match, as I expected.
The finish I've seen before. They've done it before. Judgment Day 2005, I believe. The I Quit match that Cena had with JBL. It's a similar finish. I just, I don't know. Like, it's just, I understand it. But I felt like it was, because it kind of, it showed a real weakness for AJ, of which, I mean, he's not trying to come off as a chicken shit heel, considering the fact that he just did this angle that fooled everybody and was able to get the rug over. And then all of a sudden, it's just like he didn't even get hit with the steer. I quit. It's like,
And then he got hit anyways afterwards with Cody
Yeah,
looking at his
it's
mom.
just-
Like,
it-
should I do
it's-
it?
Same thing, same finish for Judgment Day 2005 with Cena and JBL. Which I hated it then too. I remember watching it. I'm like, that was lame. And he hit him. He hit him right afterwards. It's like, but if that's really my only complaint, but a lot of times too, you sometimes forget about matches. It's the finishes that sometimes just stick with you.
Yeah.
But I still say it was a really good match. Just as good, I felt like, as their Backlash match. But I'm glad also it's ending, because, I don't want to see a third one. It's like we've seen 2 matches already. We got the gimmick match out of the way. And immediately right afterwards, they were already planting the seeds for his next feud. So,
so we're recording this on a Friday.
I'm not surprised either.
So we're recording this on a Friday as SmackDown is going on. I don't have it on, but I've been checking social media a little bit. Apparently tonight on Friday's Night SmackDown, Cody Rhodes has challenged Solo Sikoa to a match this evening. So
Okay.
I don't know where that goes. I heard there's other people involved in that entire angle where it happened. I'm not going to spoil the show, just because I know both of us are probably going to watch it after this anyways, or sometime tomorrow. So
Yeah.
but yeah, it's an interesting point because you're right. That happened immediately after this match as Cody makes his way back up the ramp after the match is over. He's attacked by the Bloodline and then is saved by Kevin Owens. Yep, and I almost said Sami Zayn, but yeah, Randy Orton.
So the couple things that I've noticed in that whole thing was first, if they're going to go with this, it's probably going to be for Money in the Bank. Because then Roman can come back at Money in the Bank, fuck over Solo, and that's your matchup already for SummerSlam.
So
You have a returning Roman as a babyface up against Solo.
So we'll talk about that a little bit. We already have one world title on the line. We'll talk about that in a little bit for Money in the Bank. We also have some that have already qualified for Money in the Bank, and I'm sure more are going to qualify tonight. We're not going to talk too much about that. I think when we get closer to Money in the Bank over the next couple of weeks, we'll talk more about that. But I don't disagree. But I also think maybe for Money in the Bank, they do a 3-on-3, the Bloodline against Cody, Randy Orton, and KO. But I don't know. Yeah, they made it seem like it could be, so I don't know. But it all depends what happens the next couple of weeks.
The last thing that I had noticed, and they're already starting to plant the seeds of it, was when Orton,
The look.
KO, and Cody were all standing, like we're all raising their hands up. Randy Orton was looking at the championship longly.
Yep.
Like you saw that look in his eye, and I just was like, it was subtle, but I noticed it. And also the fact of, and we've talked about it for this whole build-up, even going back to WrestleMania, even talking back at the Royal Rumble, after the Royal Rumble, that the pursuit for a 17th World Championship of Randy Orton is going to start kicking in. He's at 14 now. He needs 3 more. So, and I feel like the seeds are already being sowed for possibly SummerSlam.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's not Solo Sikoa, but I don't think it's going to be so. I think they do Solo and Cody at Money in the Bank, and Roman comes in and helps Cody, and then Randy challenges Orton. Randy challenges Cody at SummerSlam. That is kind of my thought process at the moment.
So here's the thing. There's another thing at play that happened on Monday night, which I think we'll get to later, because I think there's a lot of moving pieces this week on Raw. So we're not going to spend all night talking about Raw this week. We'll talk other stuff too, obviously. But I think we'll talk about the top storylines from this week's Raw, because a lot of moving pieces this week. Especially like this felt like a Raw that they stacked after Mania. Like, that's how many storylines were in progress this night.
It felt like it.
It did.
It felt like it really, really. And then of course the ending, which
of
course it's a Monday. Of course it's a Monday. We're not focused on wrestling. We're focused on other things.
Yeah. Well, I caught it the next day on Hulu, but yeah, a lot happened. A lot happened. Yeah. So the next match, I don't think we need to talk anymore about this match with Cody and AJ. I think it's what we expected to get out of it. The ending kind of sucked, but I didn't detract that from the rest of the match.
No.
The next match, however, had a lot going on for a lot of different reasons, maybe not all good ones. Was the women's tag team match. The champions Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair against the teams of Shayna Baszler and Zoe Starks, and the new WWE Women's Tag Team Championships, Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn.
which we kind of said, considering what was going
Yeah.
on with.
We weren't sure about this one.
Yeah.
I think we both had the champs retaining, but we also said that out of the 3 matches that featured native Scotlanders, as it were, we expected this one to maybe go in their favor.
Yeah, only because the fact that they couldn't go. They couldn't go. They all couldn't go. They all couldn't win, and they all couldn't go winless.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, because I'm not trying to give away the other finishes, but
I got you. Yeah, no.
yeah.
Anybody who knows. I got you.
Yeah, they needed to at least have somebody represent, right? At least someone. But also too, you have the factor of the mother. One of their mothers passed away. I forget which one. I didn't know.
I think it was Alba, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so that you needed kind of like a feel good moment, and also like a hometown moment too.
Yes.
Like all those factors wrapped into it. Jade had the botch, but also with Damian Priest, what happened later on that night.
So
I don't know if it was the ropes. I don't know
I've
if
heard
it was
the
her.
ropes. I've heard it was
That's
the
what I've
ropes. But I will say this: watching it progress later in the evening to what we'll talk about later with Damian Priest, I'm not even going to blame her anymore.
No.
Because if that happened to Damian Priest, and
Yeah.
Damian Priest looked like he kind of fucked it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I watched it back a few times. It looks like he was trying to step over almost, and that's kind of how he got caught. But it could have been the ropes too. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, I'm so that's why I'm kind of
Leading on that
I'm
one.
not. I'm leaning towards letting it go.
Yeah.
Because a later incident happened, which is so it's like, and Damien's very smooth. Like, it was rare for something like that for something like that to happen to him, because he's very smooth and he understands his body well enough too for a guy his size to be able to do some of the things he does. So when I saw that happen, I was just like, okay, I think it's the setup. And it's just, when you're doing international tours, you don't know if it's a WWE ring or not, because they could be using
setup.
it's different crew setup, if it's a different ring, and if it's like certain basketball players or football players or baseball players or anything, and they notice the little things. If it's off by a square inch, like just a centimeter off, it screws them up. There's something that can happen that it's just, and especially with that, because I'm almost saying now with the Jade thing, it's like, I don't even consider it a botch. I look at it now and I'm like,
it just happened. Yeah.
It just happened. Like, which is a freak thing.
I was in the moment, I'm thinking, oh my God, another botch.
Yeah.
But then the Priest thing happened later in the evening. And I'm just like, maybe that's more what it is than Jade botching.
Yeah, I'm giving her a pass.
Yeah.
On this
same. One. No, same. I agree. The only thing I would argue for these two is that comes down to they should have gone out and rehearsed some of this in advance. And you can make the argument that anytime people go out and they, pull on the top rope, you see a lot of talent do that before a match. Maybe they're checking that because they didn't have the time. And I get it, because maybe the door is open at a certain time. They don't have the time to do that. I'm not going to gripe too much on it. But again, like I said, the fact that happened in the moment, I'm like, oh my God. But later in the evening, I'm like, maybe that's the issue.
She could have, not to cut you off,
no, go ahead,
but she could have, the night before, she could have,
tested it out.
They tested it out the night before, and then them thinking, all right, it's fine. But then, when you have another show, especially when you're a company like WWE, because trust me, I've worked some indie shows where it's just like, it's all right, your ring crew is a little sus, but or your equipment might be a little sus. But WWE, they take this extremely seriously for safety and also just in the looks department of everything. They want everything to look sleek, everything to look clean. They could have went out there. The guy's just like, yeah, tighten the ropes just a little bit. And that might have been just enough. But
Yep.
So I don't because I don't know if you can rehearse that. I don't know if they rehearsed it on Friday afternoon and they just said, all right, we'll be good for tomorrow.
Could be right.
And then,
they went out
so
and loosened something
yeah.
or tightened something else. Who knows? You're absolutely right.
There's so many variables.
Yep.
They might not even gone out in the middle of it. They just said everything was fine. And then just things got loosened up the night before, like Braun Breaker went up against the ropes again and snapped everything out of
Yep.
Guy's a fucking, like, whenever I saw him move the ring by just him running, I was just like, this guy's a fucking problem. Like, he is a massive problem. He's like Goldberg, except he's actually got skills.
That's why I likened him to Brock last week and not Goldberg. We'll talk about Goldberg later, though.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, I can't wait for that. But no, I was happy with the decision. It was a feel-good moment. So not much really I can add to that, except I'm not going to blame Jade for the botch. Like, I especially what happened later on. The long and short of it, so I don't blame her for the botch. So I'm not going to.
Listen,
her on that one.
it looked bad, but she recovered quick.
She did,
and that was the same thing I said last time when she was at the Backlash PLE. That any of the botches that she makes, they recover quick.
She's getting better.
She is actually. I agree.
She's
There's
improved.
an article we have later for the scroll that does speak to that. So
yeah,
I agree. She does get better.
But I understand people's frustrations of like, oh, she should be like, but she's still new to the business. She's still on her training wheels. Come on, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially where she came from. They didn't teach her anything.
Yeah. No comment there, but that's a whole other can of worms I don't feel like opening tonight. But the next match, another chance for Chad Gable to win. I believe it was his 5th try to win.
Can't fucking believe this. I just can't fucking believe this.
We both had Chad winning.
I cannot I am shocked still that because where do you go from here?
Well, we'll talk about Chad a little bit later for that.
Well, I know that. I know that part of it, but at the same time, they could have done all that the next day. Even
I think they did it enough on Monday.
They could have done all that on Monday with him winning. They could have.
It wouldn't have been as effective if he won to do the storyline that they're now trying to do with him. I don't disagree with you, but
because then it would have set up a challenger for him immediately right off the bat.
I agree with that too.
And then too, you could have made it because the weird thing about Otis is that Otis is extremely talented, like extremely for a guy his size. And he's somebody that's very versatile. You can book him as a killer and you can book him as like a complete goof comedy act. And that's somebody and he's also somebody that's fucking over. Like, even if he's a heel, he's still over. The Mandy Rose thing, he was over. He was in a shitty tag team with Heavy Machinery, but that wasn't his fault, even though he made saying Tucker funny. JK! But he's somebody that is extremely versatile, but I can't fucking believe still that he lost. Especially, too, with a new contract. I'm sure AEW was kicking the tires on him hard, and he signs a new deal and he loses. I was like, what? And because it's his 5th time. Like, this is his 5th time of losing. Yep. It's like everything coming in the last weekend was saying he's going to win this. He's going to win this. He has to win this. And on top of that, too, I was just like, he probably got promised it when he signed his deal.
My disagreement with that last week was the fact that it's like, okay, but is that really what you want? You want the Intercontinental title as part of the contract? You know what I mean? It's the mid-card title.
Championship should never be in a
We discussed that
'cause
too.
they should-
Yeah, I agree.
They should never be guaranteed to talent only because of the fact you have to do your part to get to earn that.
Yeah, pay your dues.
It's not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed in the wrestling business.
Right.
And like, trust me, do I wish we were doing this on a much bigger scale, that the Shoot or Pro Wrestling World was a part of the WWE umbrella? Like me and Mac are hosting the Bump. That'd be fucking great. But also we'd probably get fired. They'd probably be like, you guys can't be doing, you got to drop your up bombs. Blah,
You can't
blah,
do any
blah.
of the things you're currently doing.
You got the things you currently do. You can't do any of that now. Oh, okay. So I can't smoke weed on camera, especially that, Dan. Oh, fuck this. Like,
It'd be like the words.
where's the fun of
It'd
this?
be like it'd be like that time that USA sent WWE the list.
Oh, and the DX just went out.
DX
It's
Reddit,
like,
yeah. Less
And then-
penis references.
Gosh, shit.
Fuck
Watch
me.
your fucking mouth.
Watch
Oh,
your
fuck
fucking
me.
mouth. Oh, fuck me. Oh, Jesus.
God damn it.
Shit.
Fuck. There'll be less penis references.
Yep.
Like, it's just, and that's kind of how it would be. But yeah, I would want to be hosting the Bump too. And Mac and I just, or something of that nature on Peacock, of just hosting some form of this, and just make it like rated R or something, and just being able to interview people and just talk about random shit, and also be able to crap on AEW by name instead of just being like some other wrestling company.
That second-rate promotion. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about this match. It was a good match regardless, though. Sami Zayn retains against Chad Gable. We'll talk a little bit more about Chad Gable a little bit later. Moving on to the next match, the Women's WWE Championship. Also featuring a Scottish wrestler, Bayley against Piper Niven, being accompanied to the ring by Chelsea Green, who later came out with a Rey Mysterio mask. I wonder where she got that thing. But another good match, I felt. I was not let down by this match at all.
No. I've always been a fan of Piper Niven anyways. I always feel like she should get a much better opportunity than she does, even though with the Chelsea Green thing, I don't think she's really had much to complain about because they both have complemented each other extremely well. But I was glad she got her some time to shine. She really took it seriously with Drew, too. I remember she said, you've motivated all of us, talking about Scottish wrestlers, to want to headline and be on this and strive just as much as you have. And she was able to do it. I was extremely happy for her to be able to have a great, and she couldn't have a better opponent with Bayley, because Bayley could literally work with a fucking broom and make it look good. She's entering that category of it's
Go.
It's her and Charlotte and like Becky, as far as having great in-ring talent, being able to build memorable feuds, memorable matches. And she's done a hell of a job with that, but she's entering that category of just, at the end of the day, Bayley's going to be on the Mount Rushmore of many people for women's wrestling.
That's why I said go.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I 100% agree.
I think those three that you mentioned, you can kind of go back and forth on a few of them maybe, and a few that you left unmentioned. But in terms of just GOAT status for me, it 100% Bayley,
100%. And she may not think she's a role model, but she is.
She absolutely is.
Her and Bianca too, because I feel like they're both kind of role models in the industry. Because
I think Bianca for different reasons, but go ahead.
Yeah, Bianca obviously for different reasons, but like, Bayley girl Izzy, right? She's actually
we talked about
a
her last
wrestler
week
now.
too.
Yeah,
She's a champion now, actually.
Yeah, she's a champion for independent promotion. So she followed so Bayley's kind of the first one that kind of motivated people. Like, I want to model my career after this person. And there's a lot of people who have done that in the industry.
Yeah,
Shawn
absolutely.
Michaels, Bret Hart, Macho Man, CM Punk. CM Punk
Hogan.
you can put in that category.
No, dude, I get it. And coming from me, I know that's weird too, just all things considered. But without Hogan, I feel like a lot of these guys, Edge is flat out said, he's like, without
Yeah,
Hogan, I
no,
don't know.
Edge for Hogan, yes, I agree, but like not. I think he was the first guy to kind of get people hooked, and then I felt like that there were other talented people. It was just like I want to be like that guy. Like Hogan, I felt like was the guy that made you notice the industry, but then you
Once you
wanted
notice
to-
it, you watch these other guys.
exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
Which, and I'm not knocking Hogan for that.
I
I'm just saying that because, and what I've seen, especially with like the independent circuit, and especially guys of this generation who, you know, they're around the same age as us. It's always Bret, it's always Shawn, it's always Macho Man, occasionally Hulk Hogan, but it's always like the workers because we're in the work rate era. Everybody and CM Punk would tell you Bret Hart and Roddy Piper. They're probably two of his biggest influences.
Yep.
But then he'd probably say like Brody and those are the guys. You know, I think Drew McIntyre has also said it too about Hogan. Like there's been guys that have followed. Roman Reigns has said Hogan was kind of like his first influence, but he's kind of always wanted to end up like Bret, which
Yeah.
which is interesting, just because I wouldn't say he's in the Bret echelon as far as his in-ring talent. I'd say he's more like a Hogan, but that's because of the fact that Bret could pull something out of anywhere, where with Roman it's like he has a very limited offense. I wouldn't say it's very limited, but I would say that he has his go-tos.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And it's probably, but Bret could pull anything out where, I guess Roman could too. What am I saying?
I think when Roman pulls out the guillotine on occasion, it is when I put him in those Bret Hart kind of status, right?
But then he's doing like the fisherman suplexes, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you one move that really made me pop at fucking Mania that doesn't get much fucking credit, and it should. When he power bombed Cody through the table, immediately grabbed him and then threw him in the ring and then hit him immediately with a fucking Superman punch. I was just like, that needs to be a fucking special in the next 2K. Like that was so fucking seamless, because it's just like power bomb, immediately grabbed by the hair, throw him in, fucking Superman punch, and I'm just like, that's fucking sick. Like little things like that of just, and no one has talked about it, of course, because it was the best finish ever to a Mania main event, blah, blah, blah. So no one remembers like the little moment of him powerbomb, immediately throws in the ring, and then the Superman punch. But no, Bayley, I think, belongs in that category, though, of an upper echelon as far as an extreme talent in ring. Also, the character work she's done in the last fucking 5 years has just been incredible.
Especially lately, transitioning from a long-term heel character and now going back to this face that, it's different than obviously the face that she started as, especially in NXT. But I mean, it's working. And like you said, she's turned into a role model. Again.
I loved her harassment but she's a baby face now that I think is more palatable,
right,
to the public.
No,
that I don't think will wear out, because I love the goody the goody like hugger thing. Okay,
it's only good for a couple
of years,
long.
but it's
exactly.
I want to see fucking more from you.
I know what you were about to say though. Her shitting on Michael Cole as the heel.
Oh my god, it was the greatest.
It was. It really was.
Hi,
Michael!
Yeah, hi Bayley.
Hi Bayley. Ding dong! Ding dong! It's like
it was so great. It really was.
You just see Mike, because Michael couldn't escape it, because Vince McMahon is fired from the company, so he's no longer getting yelled at in the headset. But then all of a sudden, it's the biggest rib ever. He's got to deal with Bailey yelling at him. Ah, Michael! Michael! What?
Yeah, hi Bailey. It was so great. It really was. Anytime they did it, I would just burst out laughing. It was just that good.
I like her set too. Is the dumbest fucking thing. That the door.
Oh, the ding dong thing.
Oh, you gotta knock it. The ding dong thing. It was so dumb but hilarious at the same time. Like, because it was the worst set in the history. It had some good moments too, where the door just like, oh my god, it's Cesaro, and he just goes in there and starts kicking the shit.
There was one where it opened by itself. Like, obviously it was an accident. Like, somebody moved the ring, and I remember just thinking to myself, "Oh my god, it's John Cena!" Oh man, it was so dumb, but it was so fun. It really was.
But Bailey is getting her flowers, and I couldn't be happier. Like, I'm so happy.
I
for
do
her.
want to make a shout out here, though. You already did it, but I want to make sure it's reiterated. In my opinion, not for Bailey, but we already talked about that. Piper Niven deserved this.
Oh, she did.
She has
Without
been
question.
one of the safest female talent to work with. And for those that don't pick up those nuances, I'll go back a few years to when she worked with Alexa. She must have known, or just was being good and safe, to where she has a spot where she's supposed to drive Alexa into the ring post. She puts her hand on the back of Alexa's head so it doesn't actually hit.
Right.
And once I saw that, I'm like, kudos to her, man. That's safety.
Especially too with Alexa's injury history, she was very.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that maybe
very-
she knew, but
Yeah.
even if she didn't, like, that's safe. And I could not imagine being in a ring with somebody else that, you know, we could make the argument later for Bill Goldberg not being safe, but
Fucking jerk off! I can't
Yeah.
wait to just lay it into him later.
oh, we're getting there, dude.
Oh,
But kudos to Piper. I hope she gets more shots in the future. She absolutely fucking deserves it. Absolutely.
I don't want to see her and Chelsea get split up though too, because they're fun.
They are fun, and I don't want
They're
to see
so
that either.
fun together.
If Chelsea just turns into her flat manager, I'll be fine right there. She's not wrestling anymore. She's flat out a manager role at that point. I'll be fine with that.
She
Because
should
then
have
she
like a
can talk for
stable.
Piper. It'll
Yeah.
be fine. It'll be fucking hilarious.
It would. Like, honestly, I feel like Chelsea too. You could put her like if Dakota Kai decides to leave, like
Yeah,
get control.
do
She
that.
could just manage Asuka when she comes back, Kairi Sane and Io. Yeah, they could do that down the line. But no, I kudos to both these girls. I thought they did a hell of a job.
Kudos to Chelsea Green as well, honestly.
Yes.
Because we're talking about her.
She's been fantastic.
I mentioned this last week, and you're kind of making the point for me now as well, that her character work since coming back, not only that, but obviously getting thrown into the mix when Sonya Deville went out on injury, getting paired with Piper, what they've been able to do in the meantime has been really great to watch. It's been quality television, but I love the fact that I called it out last week that they're probably going to interfere and they're going to fuck it up. And that's exactly what happened. And then she comes back out this, like, I believe it was a pink Rey Mysterio mask. And I don't know if you caught this, but the referee was just like, I know who you are. I was like, oh my god, that's perfect. Like, referee's even like, dude, I know it's you. Like, go back. Go in the back. Like,
Leave.
yeah, it was just so funny to watch. And, you know, of course, unfortunately, that cost Piper the match, but, you know, I think we all knew the outcome of this match anyways.
Yes.
But that'll bring us to the main event. Another Scottish talent to close out the show, as I kind of figured it would be for this match. World Heavyweight Champion, I should say, Damian Priest, and he ends up retaining because of the guy to the right against Scottish talent Drew McIntyre. Before I even go into this tirade that I know we're both going to get into, I have to say this. The cinematography of when Punk just slides into the ring in front of the camera
perfect.
was 100%. It was perfect.
You knew, though.
You knew it was
fucking
him.
knew.
You knew it was him.
I
But the
was just like,
cinematography to
oh
that,
my God.
of him sliding right in front of the camera, I thought was perfect.
The camera work, and if that was Kevin Dunn, they would have fucked that up.
Yeah, they would have.
But that was absolutely, like, their cinematography work, their camera work has been seamless for so long now. They are so good.
I think it's gotten better the last 6 months. I think we've talked about this, but it's gotten better.
It's gotten so much better, and that's because Kevin Dunn left. But
I'm glad that the drink I was trying to drink did not go that far.
Cornette's sitting there, and he's just like, "That's right, that bucktooth beaver, motherfucker, goddamn."
Yep.
Still one of my favorite Cornette stories. Like, Kim, I find you tiresome. I'm gonna pull you over this table. I'm gonna strangle you.
I haven't listened to him in probably a month, and I want to hear what his takes are on our segment later on with Who Killed WCW.
I gotta watch. I gotta listen to some of those.
Yeah, I'm sure he's had comments.
I'm a little behind, but
Same.
Yeah, I gotta catch up on Cornette.
So hold on. Let's backtrack from the finish for a second.
Yes.
We talked about this with Jade. We'll get in a little bit more depth here with this one. There's a spot in the match where Damian Priest, it looks like he's about to do a suicide dive over the top, gets hung up between the top rope and the middle rope. His leg gets stuck. Looked very gnarly. There's a brief 20 seconds or so where even Drew is like, "What the fuck do I do?" And it's very apparent, and it looked gnarly.
There was concern that he tore his hamstring. That was, and CM Punk actually brought it up. He's just like, I think he tore his hamstring.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a possibility. What could be on the table?
I thought it would be ACL, MCL. Honestly, with the way his knee looked. With the way his knee looked, though, that was my concern.
That was a scare. That was definitely one because it's like, oh fuck. Because if he blows his knee and he can't continue, okay, he can't do that finich.
Well, so they got to call the audible mid-match.
Yeah, it's like, all right, well, Drew's going over. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
And people had a problem with this finish, and people had a problem with, Drew losing. I can't think of any better way to do it. To be quite honest, you have all this stuff that's been going on with Punk, and the fact is that you have to realize that if you're gonna make a switch, there's a good possibility that come SummerSlam that they're gonna have to lose. Because I don't know if you want to derail this Gunther momentum yet. And I feel like that if you have Drew lose to Gunther at SummerSlam, that could cause an issue. If you do, but you could do Gunther and Drew come Bash at Berlin,
which I think would be smart.
Yeah.
The only concern I would have is that it almost makes Drew that transitional champion, because I feel like if Gunther is not walking out in a match against Drew McIntyre as champion, then that is almost like a disservice, unless it's DQ or whatever. But still,
I think Damian Priest is a phenomenal talent.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Gunther is going to win it. It has to win at SummerSlam. I wouldn't say he has to, but I think that you should.
Yeah,
I think you should have.
My comment is more, if he doesn't, he needs to win at Bash at Berlin.
Yes.
I'll say it that way because
That-
I don't disagree with him winning at SummerSlam, but my comment is if he doesn't, I'm okay with it as long as he wins at Bash in Berlin.
Right. And yeah, you can have a finish with Damian Priest against Gunther where somebody in one of the camps screws it up for the other person or whatever.
Well,
And you
we don't know.
But
We don't know.
we don't know. We don't know.
We'll talk about that later, I feel like.
We'll talk about that later. We also don't know what's going to happen with Drew, even though we kind of have a good idea.
We'll talk about that later, too.
But yeah, I'm surprised that Punk was able to also. He was taking pictures with audience members too, which was
Yeah,
surprising.
that was
So I'm like, I'm
hilarious to
surprised they haven't killed him yet. Because
But there were some that you could tell after were like, hey, it's fucking CM Punk.
They knew it was coming though too.
If
I think
they didn't, they're
yeah.
idiots. I'm sorry
And
to say that about that crowd, but I'm sorry, it's the truth.
And
like
no one I don't think was upset because they were just like they knew in the end. And everybody was taking pictures with Punk. They're just like, "Oh, it's CM Punk." Like, but they, of course,
But
if it was anybody, but Punk at that point is like the ultimate heel because he just fucked this guy over in front of his home country
for the second year in a row, by the way.
For the second year in a row. Well, for the second time in a row,
he gets fucked over. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but yeah, from Punk at least with Damian Priest, but yes, you could also say that with Roman Reigns as well.
Yeah.
But that wasn't in Scotland. That was still in Wales. This was in fucking Scotland.
Fair enough.
So it's yeah.
The one thing I would say here is again, like to go back to what I was saying before, if people didn't know this was coming, you weren't paying attention. You just weren't. First of all, CM Punk said if he had to go to Scotland, he would, and that's exactly what he did. Plus, if you listen to the show, we both called this last week. We said one of three things was going to happen. Regardless of No Judgment Day, somebody was going to come out. We also said, okay, what about Carlito? Because he's technically not Judgment Day. And then we discussed what you had said, which was CM Punk.
Of course.
And we said at one point or another, one of those three scenarios is going to happen. And it was CM Punk. So, again, like, if you thought Drew was walking out with the title, I would have liked to see it, don't get me wrong. But with those scenarios at play, those three that I just mentioned, an educated fan should know he's not walking out with the championship.
And I don't think that there was, where there were people upset, yeah, I think people were upset and their hometown guy got screwed over. But...
Dude, I was upset, but I knew it was coming.
Yeah, but I knew it was coming, and I also love the photography, too, of the reveal
so
is with the two of just him being like...
that's why I put it on the side, because I thought it was so great.
Just, if there's one thing I can say, and I'm a CM Punk mark, I'll be the first one to admit it. I've always... Except when he went to UFC, I kind of got like... the only reason I gave him shit for the UFC was just because the fact that it was like, okay, they're just using you because of your name. Like, if you were working for like some like rinky-dink promotion, that was fine. But he was taking a roster spot up from guys who deserved it and guys who also were better trained. He tried it. I can't knock him for that. I really wasn't hard on him for AEW because he was the best part of AEW for a lot of times. So I've always kind of stayed consistent. And when he came back to the company, I was shocked, number one, but at the same time, I was thrilled. And I've enjoyed everything he has done so far. I was so hoping he was going to win the Rumble when I was there. I was wearing my CM Punk, the CM Punk ice cream bar T-shirt. Like, I brought that out of the dust. I was just like, come on. But Cody won, and then he tore his triceps. So it was just like, oh, well, he's going to be out for Mania. But
to interject real
he's-
quick, I
yeah.
wanted him to lose where he lost, but I wanted him, had he stayed healthy, which obviously is the scenario that we're going with here, is that if he
Yes.
remained healthy, I would have loved to see him in Chamber and win. That's what I wanted.
But then you also have to realize with the Punk, because then the Punk thing might have taken away from the Cody thing, because it would have been Rollins and Punk, and that would have had so much heat behind it that may have taken a little bit of the shine off the Cody thing. And then Seth also worked very, very well into the Cody and Roman story because of the main event of night one, and then his performance and
But
retribution
I
in
feel
night
like
two.
at that point, you filter in. You get what you're saying, but you filter in Punk in McIntyre's place, and McIntyre instead takes CM Punk's place and is out there for commentary, costs them the match, and then that furthers the same feud the way it's already progressed. I get what you're saying. I think it would have maybe taken a little bit away, but I think you can cover that similarly to what they did this year. But
The only
Little
thing I could also think of is if Seth Rollins was replacing CM Punk in the story with Rock and Roman.
that's a good point.
Because you
It's
have
history.
the unresolved, because Punk could sit there and say, you took to Rock and say, you took something from me
Yep.
that you didn't need to take.
Yeah.
And then CM Punk could say, you're only holding that championship because I allowed you to hold it. Like all this stuff, all that gets built in. And then Cody, so what if Punk and Cody, that's the goal. So then Punk is being able to, so then Punk gets his main event. Might not be for the championship, but he gets his main event. He gets that
Yep.
fulfilled.
Yep.
And McIntyre still wins the Chamber, beats Punk. They can do that later down the line, but Punk still gets his main event because he's teaming up with Cody, and Rollins doesn't have to pay double duty. But also, it raised Seth Rollins' stock as well, this main event.
Yeah. Totally.
So there's so many variables that it's one of those things of a butterfly effect that you think of had this, because Punk and Cody against Rock and Roman, that would have been unreal. Because it's just not saying that everybody did bad on promos and stuff, but CM Punk is a 12 on the fucking promo.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Rock
yeah.
is also Rock is also a 12 on the promo. So you have both these guys that are both fantastic on the mic, being able to tell a story, and then all these issues, because Rock, at least Punk has reason to be pissed off at Rock. Punk has a reason to be pissed off at Roman.
Yeah.
But
100%.
with Seth, you were also able to tie in that 10-year arc.
Yep.
So everything worked out for the best. I'm just thinking, I'm using my mind and just saying of scenarios that could have happened had Punk not gotten hurt. But
No, I
everything
agree.
I feel like has worked out the way it should. And I was extremely happy that they're continuing on with this, and the fact that they did it in a way that was, we knew it was going to happen, but they did it in a way that I felt like was really done well.
Yeah. I like that they put the quote unquote backstage segment with I
was funny.
forget her name. Jessica Carr, excuse me. And giving him the extra referee shirt, I thought was just hilarious. And then the running out, the cinematography of him sliding in between the camera and Drew trying to pin Damian Priest, I just thought was great. And if you're gonna do a run-in segment for interference, the way they did it and the cinematography to it was just It was on point. 10 out of 10. Maybe even 11 out of 10. It was done perfectly. It wasn't some like kitschy stuff where he's already out there for some reason or he's just running out or anything like that. Is puts on a referee shirt, screws him, kicks him in the balls, and then that's the interference. And it was just done so well. I couldn't get over how well done it was actually done. Like, truthfully, I just can't. Because they've done so much in the past, regardless of how it was portrayed, regardless of the interference. Like, we're used to, like, the bloodline coming out and just being, like, an obvious thing. This wasn't as obvious at all.
With all the helping that CM Punk has done for Damian Priest needs to offer him a Judgment Day spot. Because
by Carlito, we're taking CM Punk.
I'm taking CM Punk. The rest of you can go fuck off. I just need CM Punk.
Exactly.
At least he's able to get me the championship victories that I need.
Yep.
You guys are useless. Especially JD McDonough. But no, I thought the way that they did this was brilliant. I think, and you get excited for this feud. Like, it's a really good feud between two guys that you feel like that there's some tension. Either it's backstage, playing in real life. You don't know if there is. I'm sure backstage that those guys get along fine. Especially everybody and their mother is talking about how amazing Punk has been. Even this past week, even in Scotland, when he gave Bailey gave her a birthday cake for a Clash at the Castle. Like, just this little shit that he's doing. It's just like, oh, this is the same guy, though, that was such a terror in other places that choke guys out for absolutely no reason. Yeah. Like, he's, in my opinion, it's like he's probably one of the most misunderstood talents ever. Because he's just somebody that just really doesn't take shit. And in the industry, you always have to be on your back step. If you want to get to certain points, there's a lot of give and take. Roman's talked about it quite a bit in his biography, how he was in positions at a certain point where he couldn't say no. He had to say yes. And now he's in a position where it's just like, I can say whatever you want. That's how it is really in anything, in movies, television, wrestling, sports, radio. If you have high ratings and you're bringing in all this, like, you look at the NBA. At any point, if you can put in a trade request and they have to do it. Because there's so many things that work in your favor where you could just be like, well, I don't have to play now. Like, my request is, so it's just, if you're a top star, you can get away with a lot more, but also you can use it to your advantage and say no if you have to. Punk's a guy that he's not afraid to say no. And he's also not afraid to tell you to go fuck yourself. It cost himself millions of dollars. So it's just, but I just think that that's misunderstood because they're just going to play on his reputation. Oh, he refuses to do this. I don't think he refuses.
Yeah, I think the thing with CM Punk is that, first of all, it's not a refusal. It's more like, I don't think it's a great idea. And I think that, and for those that consider his age, especially like us, because we know how old he is, consider him more of like an old school kind of guy who can say no. And he's earned that, I think, at this point in his career, especially. I think he's earned that given his age, that he knows the business. He knows what works. He knows what doesn't. And I think there are other guys like that. However, I think in the case of CM Punk, that if we go to like look at The Rock, right? Just for a quick sec. You look at The Rock this past year and the build up to WrestleMania, he realized that the original plan was not going to jive with what the fans wanted. They adapted. They called the audible, and they adapted to that situation. We're still waiting for that behind the curtain for WrestleMania 40. Maybe next Wednesday, as they keep saying. But to that point, I think CM Punk in the same position is going to depend on what he wants to do as well. Let's be real. The Rock made the decision as well to audible. I think in the situation this past year, if he was healthy and he was placed in the same position, would have potentially done that as well because he knows how over Cody was at that point. However, we'll look at Steve Austin for a second, right? He did not want to do a job to Brock with no build-up. That's why he left. Commendable. I don't blame him. I don't know many that do. I think, however, he didn't need to leave to do that. And I think, given the same situation, The Rock would have done the same thing, and I think CM Punk would have done the same thing. Truthfully. Because at the end of the day, there is no build-up to that. It would be like CM Punk, his first match is against John Cena, and he's jobbing. Like,
Yes.
There's no build to that. Why do that? That's an old school mentality. It might not make sense. You call it out and hope an audible was played. And if he makes the decision to take his ball like Steve Austin did, take it and go home, that's his decision to make. There are other talent that are either younger or have not paid enough dues to say that. And that's the difference between a CM Punk and like a Theory. Theory has not paid any dues. He's a much younger talent, has not been in the industry long enough to say what a CM Punk would say to that.
No, that's true. I mean, Theory is in a position where he can't say yes. He can't say no. He has to say, all right, whatever they want to do.
Yep.
And there's a reason why The Miz is where he is too, because he's another guy that's like, he won't say no. It not because he doesn't. He's just a guy that he's so confident they'll be able to get something over. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Like what he's doing now with R-Truth. How many fucking tag teams have they put him? They put him with John Morrison. He got it over. You put him with R-Truth again. He's getting it over again. He is one of the most consistent performers in that company. And he's not someone either that checks his ego at the door and says, I've made it at WrestleMania. I've been world champion a few times. He doesn't give a shit. Because either way, he's going to get over. He's one of the most consistent performers. And he's somebody that doesn't need to say no because he won't say no. I don't know anybody that the only thing he couldn't get over was that zombie match, but that wasn't his fault.
It's definitely not his fault. Yeah.
They were paid a lot of money to do that too. It was like, I didn't have a problem with it. I know everybody thought it was like the worst fucking thing ever, but I was just like, look, I've seen worse matches, and I really don't think this is a bad thing because they made money from it. If you're making money in a match, like if this match, all right, I know it's going to be shit. I know it's going to take 15, 20 minutes off our show, but we're going to get paid $3 million for it. Well, fuck it. It's a 20-minute commercial, but we're going to pay $3 million.
Yeah. But that's Clash at the Castle.
Yeah.
I think for what we got on the card, I think it was a good pay-per-view, PLE, whatever you want to call it. I didn't hate it. I wouldn't say I loved it, but
I have such a hard time with PLE. It's like I
know.
still call it pay-per-view.
That's why I start with pay-per-view, then immediately shift back to PLE because it's like, oh crap.
Premium live event. No, it's a fucking pay-per-view. Just call it a pay-per-view.
I mean, listen, in some countries it probably is a pay-per-view, but you know.
It is.
Listen, a great show. Wasn't bad. I don't think it was great. What we got out of it, I thought was good. It's unfortunate about the top rope issues. I kind of noticed it even with AJ a little bit too, that he didn't botch or anything, but the top rope was maybe
something
an issue.
was off.
Yeah, so
like I don't. Nobody really botched. It's just I think it was just an issue with the ring.
I didn't see any botches. I mean, the one botch, obviously, we'll take away Jade Cargill. I wouldn't even call it a botch, is that when AJ took the chair shot that drove him into the table,
Yeah.
that looked incredibly forced.
Yes.
That looked very forced. But I wouldn't
He
even
was-
call that a botch.
Yes. He tried so hard to make that look seamless, and
He couldn't do it.
he couldn't do it. And it's not his fault. It's just
No,
sometimes gravity works that way.
Yeah, he should have just fell backwards.
Exactly.
He just should have fell backwards. But all in all, a decent PLE. The top rope notwithstanding. Again, I think we should talk a little bit about Raw, because this Raw really had a after PLE, after WrestleMania kind of vibe to it. We're not going to spend too much time on Raw, but I figure we spend a little bit on it, considering all the potential storylines that were occurring throughout. So the show opened up with the return of Seth Rollins. And immediately he has the title shot for Money in the Bank against Damian
Well, he
Priest.
should.
I'm not saying he shouldn't.
He should.
I just thought it was interesting how that worked out in the span of 10 minutes.
No, I know. He was defending champion for so long. He went into the match injured. And it's not like, if you go into a match with an injury and you lose the title, you have that, in my opinion, your rematch clause whenever you come back is valid.
I agree. I agree.
And especially, it's just, so him coming back and immediately getting a title shot, I don't write that off like with any, or scoff at that. I know others on the internet would too, which I don't really get. Considering there's other companies that never been in this company before and you're automatically getting a title shot.
Dude, in the
Mercedes.
90s, no comment.
But
the thing I would say to that is in the 90s and 2000s especially, that's what it was. It was You immediately got a title shot after you lost the title. So
if you lost
hate
with
it.
an injury, you immediately got a title
Just
shot.
lost
back
in
after
general.
that.
Yeah,
Exactly. But no, I don't disagree with it. It's good to see Rollins back. A little surprised it's this soon, considering it's a torn meniscus.
Same. Yeah.
I figured you would have at least taken the summer off, maybe come back in September, October. But he's back to work already. Timing a little. The timing of it, I'm a little like.
Yeah, I was
Take 3 months off, man. I got a couple more months off.
I mean, the last couple of years, SummerSlam is the return season.
Yes.
So I figured he'd be at SummerSlam, maybe on TV a little bit, and then probably start wrestling actually again around September.
Even come back for War Games and like he did with Randy Orton for Survivor Series. Like I wasn't getting Seth Rollins fatigue because I can't say that because I think he's a phenomenal talent. He's one of the best performers of this generation. But at the same time, I just felt like his body needed a rest. And I wanted him to get kind of more instead of just 3 months off. Like, dude, just take your fucking time. Because, and especially with Becky's situation, you don't know what it is. You'd think Becky's taking a sabbatical. She wants to take some time. So you'd think, you'd just pause everything and get away from it for a while. You're over enough where you're not going to lose any momentum. This isn't 84 where someone's going to come in and take your spot. Seth Rollins is always going to be figured in. So whenever you come back. So I'm a little surprised he's back this soon, but yeah, I understand too. You have to look at it in so many ways because they want to try to go into the new deal with Netflix with as much momentum as they can with Raw. So I understand why you want to kind of pull the trigger as much as you have. This is a big money deal, and you want to be able for the company to have as much momentum for the brand as possible, have as many stars as humanly possible. So there's all those factors in, I'm surprised it's happened this soon.
I don't hate it. It's just one of those situations where it's like surprising, I think.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of where we agree, where it's like, probably going to take more time off. Your comment about the Netflix deal, though, is on point. I think that when it really comes down to it, you're right. They 100% need a strong lead in to that transition. But does that really need to be something where he comes back now? I think even if they waited to SummerSlam, even if they waited to Survivor Series even, I think that's fine. Have him come back maybe at Bash in Berlin after Survivor Series. Like, whatever's going to work. I'm fine with it. I think having him rest up is not a bad thing, all things considered, obviously, with his injuries. The Becky Lynch thing that you mentioned, I don't disagree with that either. Like, we still don't know. Obviously, she's going to take more time off because of the fact that she missed her time off that she was initially going to have because of the injury to Rhea Ripley. And that's fine, too, right? I'm under the assumption that she's going to resign. She might take some time to actually figure that out, all things considered, given the fact that, there's a lot of speculation with those contracts at this point. But who knows? I think the best thing here, though, is to actually move on to the next topic of conversation. Drew McIntyre, after his loss at Clash of the Castle, has kayfabe, in air quotes, retired, or quit, really, WWE. So they had Adam Pearce come out and try to dissuade him. They showed a backstage segment with him and Triple H trying to dissuade him, and then Adam Pearce takes him to his quote-unquote office to talk more about it, supposedly. Listen, I expect him to see him, on SmackDown pretty soon. And if it doesn't happen tonight, since we're recording this on a Friday night, I wouldn't be surprised. However, the next night or two, or next Friday or two, is where I'd expect to kind of see him. And maybe he comes out in favor of Cody to get a chance at Cody versus, having it be Solo Sikoa. We'll have to see how that goes. But what did you think about that segment where he came out and basically quit in 5 seconds?
It's obvious to me that they're doing kind of like a Bret Hart 97 thing with Drew. It's been like that for a very long time. But I see the seeds of it all the time. And this is another part of that kind of arc. It's going to be him and Punk at some point. I don't know if Punk's going to be cleared for for Money in the Bank. I don't think it should be a Money in the Bank match. I think if you're going to do it, it has to be at a big stadium. SummerSlam, obvious pick. Because I don't know. Drew and Punk could be a WrestleMania program.
Yeah, could be.
But Punk and Seth, I think, are going to be on that train. That, I think, is going to be the train for 41, part of it. So
could be that too.
Yeah, it could be both. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough.
They somehow could be a triple threat match for all we know. And everybody's just like everybody's.
Oh,
it's Three's Company. Everybody's pissed off at Punk. I could see that happening. I mean, especially too. I feel like the World Heavyweight Championship is going to be involved. So there's going to be. So, even though you could argue that Punk doesn't need a championship, but I think the story for Punk winning that title, also kind of needs to be done because, you're talking about a guy who's had one of the longest championship reigns in the last 30 years, and 40 years to be quite honest. And so all that kind of needs to be brought up. And there's so many programs I feel like he's got left to work with. Of course, though, with his injury history, you also wonder if the next big injury he has is the last one. because
Yeah.
you wonder how many times you can go under the knife and get things fixed before it's just like, there's nothing else really to fix.
Well, then he's not getting younger either. None of them are, obviously, but especially him.
Especially him and his injury history, which has already been problematic.
Yep.
And it cost him a lot of money because the program it was going to be him and Seth. But we don't know if it was going to be him and Seth. We don't know.
I don't know, man, but whatever they're doing with this whole thing with Drew McIntyre is working. So if this was the plan all along, kudos on them.
100%. 100%.
I don't know. It's tough. I don't disagree. One of the articles I read this past week touches on this a little bit lightly, where maybe there is that transition to say that one of the other topics we'll discuss in a few minutes here probably is with the new faction that came into Monday night, this past Monday night, ironically enough. Kind of, 5 or 6 people, depending. We still don't know. At least 5 currently that might open slots for Raw stars like a Drew McIntyre to go over to SmackDown. The other thing I will mention here, again, since we are recording this on a Friday when SmackDown is taking place, but we're not currently watching it, is that CM Punk is on SmackDown tonight.
I think it's just because they were in Chicago.
I am willing to bet you're 100% right, but who's to say that that's not a hallmark of a more permanent move?
No.
We don't know.
True.
It's
true.
But the one thing I'll say is it's a good conversation. Moving on to the other long-term story that seems to be taking place weekly on Raw is this love triangle that's more not a triangle because Rhea Ripley isn't around, but love triangle more so with Dominic Mysterio and Liv Morgan. I actually was kind of a big fan of this week's segment with them because of the picture here on the screen where Damian Priest walks around a corner and sees them as Dominic is trying to get his vest back while undoing the zipper from Liv Morgan after she put it down just in a certain position, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to like this. It's gotten
I've liked
funny.
it for a while.
I have too, but it's gotten funnier, I feel like.
It is hilarious. Like it has become it's going along the lines of that Triple H Trish Stratus and Stephanie McMahon.
Yes. Yes. Good call out on that one, yeah.
Fucking, I've never seen the greatest facial reaction I've seen to anything is when Stephanie walks in the door with fucking like, no, it was nothing. I was just showing her some moves. Like, honey. It's everybody is playing their part extremely well.
Even the other members of the Judgment.
They're doing great. They're doing great. Finn just seems to be just this outlier asshole where you really don't know what his motives are. Like, you really don't know Finn's motives. Who gives a shit about JD McDonough? Carlito is just like, what have I joined? Or what am I trying to join here? And then you got Damian Priest just being like, I'm just looking to defend my title. What the hell is going on here? Like, I'm the world heavyweight champion. I got to deal with this. Everybody is playing their part so well. It's just absolutely hysterical.
Even people like Carlito, when she drops the freaking key card, that's cool. And then Finn Balor, like, that's not cool.
That's
like,
not cool.
Dude, it cracks me up every single time.
Carlito not being used to pyro yet. He's like, ah!
Oh my God, yeah. And so this week, again, as I have it on the slide, Dominic's looking down the hallway, as is Liv Morgan, because Damian Priest shouts down the hall, Dom! As an effect of, what the hell are you doing? To the point where after Dom walks away, Damian turns to Liv like, will you please leave the poor guy alone? And she basically says something along the lines of, I don't think he wants me to. Liv Morgan also posted on social media giving happy birthday daddy to Dominic Mysterio this past weekend on Father's Day. Was just a stroke of genius. I don't know if that's Liv or WWE management, whoever handles that Twitter account. God bless, because you did it perfectly. It's been working. And I felt like this week just nailed it again.
When you hear that Rhea Ripley music,
Oh, it's
when you hear that building is gonna fucking explode, and you're just when she gets her hands on Liv for that first time, the announcers, everybody is gonna go fucking nuts. Like when her return is gonna be one of the best women returns in company history, even in wrestling history, because she is gonna come back. I guarantee you, she's gonna look better than she did when she left. Like she's going to change her look again, and she's going to look more dominant. Where you're like, oh fuck, like she's ready to rip this girl apart.
She can come back as a heel or a face, and she's still going to be ridiculously over as much as she was when she left.
She's going to be she's going to be a massive babyface.
I agree,
like,
but I'm just saying,
she is going to be like one of the biggest baby faces because number one, this storyline is relatable.
Oh, 100%,
because
100%.
Some girl, like you drop off for a bit for something, and this other girl is trying to just take your man, like, and doing everything she can. There are actual girls like this. There's actually scenarios that are playing out like this exactly right now. And it's maybe some of us have been involved in that situation a time or two in our lives.
That's why I was trying to stifle a laugh. Thanks.
Maybe we're looking at this situation. We're like, Dom, I don't know which way you want to go, but
I've seen some shit, people. I feel like Colbert right now. Nation. I've seen some shit, Nation.
We're just looking at it. We're like, look, we've been down this road.
We get
so
it, Dom.
we gotta give you some. We gotta talk about this. All right.
Like, yeah, I wouldn't even say it that way, but I would say it more like Dom. We get it. We get it.
We get it. We've been there. Sometimes too, you make the sometimes too the decision. Sometimes the decisions matter. Sometimes they don't. Like that's something.
God, that's one way to put it.
That's one way to put it. But anyway, they're all playing, I think, extremely their parts well. Like it is a storyline that I've really gotten behind, which is surprising to me because this is a storyline that usually I'm like, this is the shits. But they're doing it right. I mean, they're doing it in such a way. It's like
so. Hold on a second. I like what you said there because it opens the conversation a little bit more. I think the reason we used to hate it was because the other talent, male or female, was also active on the roster. Where currently Rhea's out on injury, so it works better that way.
And on top of that, you had a fucking idiot that was running things that didn't know how to do shit like this. Like he'd just be like, we'll just do something. I don't know. We'll use who's a mid-carder that nobody gives a shit about. All right, we're gonna use him, this person, and this person, and then this will go for 3 weeks. Then we'll drop it, and everybody will forget about it.
All right.
Yeah,
on that note,
we'll just do that.
Yeah. On that note, I think we can move on. So I have this as one picture. We can talk about both, and we can talk about the ending of Raw this past week. So if we go from right to left on this picture, we have Chad Gable, the whole Alpha Academy, and what went down there with Otis, Tozawa, and Maxine effectively leaving the stable of Alpha Academy and leaving Chad Gable by his lonesome. Chad Gable then kind of turning around. We talked about him a little bit earlier. while he missed or lost his opportunity for the 5th time on the Intercontinental title, he is apparently going to be in a qualifier match, I believe, which is this coming week on Raw for the Money in the Bank ladder match, which is coming in a couple weeks. Money in the Bank. We also saw him at the end of the show when the Wyatt 6, I believe is they're called, even though they're 5.
Yes.
6 also could be SICKS for sick. But we saw him bloodied and on the floor and unconscious, and that's where the Wyatt 6 have finally made their debut on Monday Night Raw to close out Raw. So we can talk a little bit about both and kind of get your thoughts, Dan. Go ahead.
Well, again, it's very odd why they chose Chad Gable to kind of the bloody situation, because if you weren't renewing your contract,
But
this
this
would
could
be a
open
way
him
to
up.
write you
though.
off.
This could open him up too, though, to that feud with them as an introductory feud.
That's possible. I guess they have replaced him in the tournament. By the way, the qualifier match.
I did hear about that. After
It's going to be Dragunov that's going to be replacing him in the which.
I'd rather Dragunov, honestly.
Yeah, I know you would.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't mean. Well, you're a mark for him. Besides that.
Besides that.
Yeah. But in the end, I think that it's still baffling to me he lost at Clash of the Castle, but I understand with the whole storyline of just like, oh, he's losing. He lost the Alpha Academy now. He's losing this, so it does make sense storyline wise because he has been having conversations with the Creed brothers. So are the Creed brothers going to be teaming up now with Chad Gable? That's still kind of an idea I think they're going to kick around, or they've been planting seeds for it. But you still have to wonder, with Chad losing again the IC title, Matt not winning the IC title, and then now but the bloody up situation with the Wyatt 6, that does make sense that it would make him, that they would make him marked, and now he's going to be their introductory feud. But also the way they did it, this would be something I would do if you were writing him off and he was leaving, which again is fascinating to me. Because why didn't you just do this to Ricochet a couple weeks ago?
Oh, shit.
If Ricochet's leaving, but I understand that write-off. That was effective as well. But this also would have been effective. But I'm still like, but Chad Gable just resigned, and now I liked how it was done. I think it was a great introduction for the Wyatt 6. I have many questions about their longevity, on how long that they can keep this going, at least their momentum. The one criticism that I've had about anything related to Bray Wyatt has been, great start. How are you going to follow up? And this is the same kind, which is why I'm very timid on this whole thing. I'm not trying to be negative about the talent. I'm not trying to be negative about the WWE creative process. I'm just have major concerns because of the track record of anything that is under the Bray Wyatt universe. I think that the fans will be behind it for a while because you have the Bray Wyatt dying kind of the momentum from, not saying momentum, that's a dark enough word for it, but you have that sympathy kind of goodwill.
Right.
And so I think that you'll have that for a while, but that'll only get you so far. And I think that is my major concern for it. I think it's a great introduction. I thought that they You really couldn't have done it better. And I think that some of the follow-ups that they have done, they've screwed around the Pat McAfee show even, which I think is
We don't
fantastic.
know that. We don't know.
We don't know that.
That is the speculation.
But it's
however, at
heavily
this time.
implied.
Yep.
But they've been trying, I think, to do everything in their power to make this seem like something different and something entertaining. And I think it's a great start. I'm very intrigued. But again, I have to be timid. And I'm not saying this is a knock to the talent. I'm not saying it's a knock to the company. It's just, it's so hard now to do gimmicks like this because the fans have an expectation in an in-ring product now, and the bar is extremely high.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't meet up to what these guys can do in ring compared to what they can do outside of it, that hurts them. That was Bray's, I think, biggest knock, because we're in such a era now where the in-ring matters more than it ever has.
Work rate.
And
Yep.
it's the work rate. And if it doesn't meet up to a certain standard, that hurts the character and the presentation overall. And if you try The Undertaker now, I think it would be difficult, because I don't know if they would like that zombie type character that you keep hitting and keeps coming at you. They'd be like, why isn't he selling? And it's just that's where we become.
I don't think that's. It's tough. I think if they. I always kicked around with this idea, so allow me to fanboy for a second, where if what they did with Kane at the timing was perfect. If they had a transition from an Undertaker or a Kane character to, oh, well, Undertaker had a son and he's also like his father and blah, 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 then they could sell that, I think. But doing it as a standalone, I think, is where there is that disconnect, kind of like what you're saying. The problem for me with this whole Bray Wyatt faction, Wyatt Six, Uncle Howdy, whatever, is the same thing what you've been saying, but taken a step further of what happens now. The reason I say that isn't because I don't have faith in the creative, but it's like, if we go back to when he first came back, there was this long-ass build-up, kind of like there has been going on. But even when he finally showed himself, nothing was happening. That was my issue. And I feel like now that they've debuted, within the next 2 to 3 weeks, up through when they go into Money in the Bank, they need to do something. They need to strike. They can't just have him build up, debut, have him show himself once or twice, and then continue to this whole build. They need to strike now. They cannot continue this long-ass build now that they've shown him. Or them, I should say. They just can't do it.
I also think, because I just thought about a finish, because we're talking about Money in the Bank.
Sure.
But I think the fans would hate it. Guys climbing up, goes for the briefcase, the fucking place goes dark, and then they just cause havoc where they lay everybody out, and then one of them, obviously, would be the Howdy character, goes up, takes the briefcase.
No, I hate that.
Fans would... What?
I hate it already.
Exactly.
The only way I would accept that is if he's in the match.
Right. That's the problem.
I agree.
Like, that's where you book. You are now... You have created a problem with this character and this group, because if they did this to everybody on Monday, then they need to do this all the time, or at least make statements and do this on a consistent basis and make themselves a real threat and also keep them strong 100%. Like,
You know what I thought of
Do I-
actually? I don't want to cut you off, but
No, it's fine.
I think this is a great point. Actually, I wouldn't. Sorry, I would hate that in the men's ladder in the bank match. But what about
But
the
not the
women's? What if you have the lights go out there and have Nikki Cross's character go up in wing?
I
And
don't
make
know if
her
you
a
can,
champion first, then build up the stable enough for the men talent or male talent, excuse me, to challenge for other titles. Not just the World Heavyweight Championship since they're on Raw, but what about the Intercontinental title and putting that on somebody? What about the World Tag Team Championships, as it were, and taking those off Miz and R-Truth, since they're not even really defending them at the moment? What about that?
on the men's side, for as far as women's Money in the Bank, as far as the Money in the Bank side of things,
Mhm.
I'm pretty confident that Jey Uso is going to win on the men's side.
Yeah,
I
when
am
he won
almost-
that, when he won
I
that
am-
match, yeah.
I am almost definitively confident. I am like 100% confident that Tiffany Stratton's walking away with the women's Money in the Bank ladder match
I hope so.
briefcase. Like
I
that's
hope so.
that's how I feel. That's where I'm sensing the direction to go, because she's on the brink. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it now.
I'm thinking just
So-
marketing.
Yeah, just marketing alone.
Like,
it's just
Money
you
in the
got to
Bank.
do this.
Yeet.
Yeah, do this shit now.
Yeah,
Like
100%.
it. I understand Jey Uso. I'm fine with that 100%. But in my honest to God's opinion, it's got to be Tiffany Stratton winning Money in the Bank on the women's side. And she might not even get into the goddamn match. Probably, who knows? But Stratton, I feel like, is your best pick, because
if
she's
she's
over
not in
as
that
fuck.
match, they're idiots. I'm
They're
sorry.
idiots. But in my honest opinion, she needs to win. She needs to win. And it's because, yes, Jey Uso needs the boost, so you give it to him. She needs it just to solidify herself. And also not just winning it and then also cashing in and then winning the title. Whether it's against Bayley or Rhea is irregardless at this point.
Or Nia.
Exactly.
They
She
can make
needs-
her do the same thing they did with Bailey, and maybe not win it at the event, but maybe the next one, which is
agree.
what they did with Io last year. They had
Yes.
her wait one show at SummerSlam. She beat Bianca Belair in that triple threat match. She came out right after, pinned her. You could do the same thing there and build a pretty decent feud, and they're real life friends too, in
Exactly.
Nia Jax and Tiffany Stratton. And
I
especially since, I'm sorry, this is the last thing I'll say.
Go ahead.
I think that since Tiffany on screen right now is trying to build this relationship with Nia as well, outside of their real life friendship as the queen and princess of the ring, it would just be effing hilarious to actually have that play out on screen as well.
That's the
with
thing.
Tiffany going after Nia.
Because you can make her princess, but then now, you have her queen,
Yep.
but now all of a sudden it's just like,
Here comes
oh,
the
wait
princess. Yep.
princess now, because then it's almost like a Game of Thrones thing, because now it's just like you have Tiffany being able, with a dagger at any point, could just slit her throat and take the title. And there's that type of hierarchy, like that. Yeah, it is a perfect Game of Thrones type scenario. Like Tiffany Stratton is the Money in the Bank winner. It's the only outcome I feel like that will fit this year is both of them, Jey Uso and Tiffany Stratton, walking out with the briefcases.
But you know what it is for me with that is what they did this past year, and they've done it before. It's not just this past year, but this past year people will connect with it because it's recent. Is send you on Money in the Bank. They gave him a new briefcase. Okay. When they do that, they obviously put it on the WWE store and they start selling this shit.
Yes.
Princess Money in the Bank. Money in the Yeet. Yeet in the Bank. Like, they can sell both of them being Money in the Bank winners.
Or she just calls it Tiffy in the Bank because it's
Tiffy
just
in the Bank or
because
Tiffy Time in the Bank, whatever.
Tiffy
man.
Time in the Bank, one of the two. It makes sense. It's money.
Print me money.
Like that. All she has to do is also just say, "I'm cashing this on Tiffy Time whenever I want," and that it's money. It prints money. She's somebody that's going to be able to print that company money. So I feel like that because again with Jey Uso, and I have that, and this is I'm not trying to shit on Jey Uso, but is it Jey Uso that's over, or is it Yeet that's over?
I'm going to leave that question unanswered. And considering we're way off topic of the Wyatt family, Wyatt Six, and Chad Gable, I think we'll just move on to NXT. The biggest news out of NXT this week, obviously, he's on the slide right now, is some of the TNA talent that was on the 25-man.
Do you believe, Mac? Do you believe?
I believe.
Do you believe?
I
You
believe.
have to.
I believe in Joe Henry.
I believe in Hojo.
So again, it was the 25-man
Oh my God.
Battle Royal for the number one contender of Trick Williams NXT Championship. There were actually two. So the first one, obviously, is Joe Hendry. The other NXT talent, I'm sorry, I scrolled down to 4, I believe was, and it is, Frankie Kazarian. However, the bigger news being probably the better known Joe Hendry, who got eliminated pretty much immediately.
Yes.
So unfortunately, in terms of that belief, I did not believe him in that night since he was very quickly eliminated.
Which there was some major criticism of that booking as well.
Oh,
But
I've seen it.
They, but again, I think they were testing the waters because, let's see.
He's so over, dude.
He is over, but he was over in TNA.
Let's be real, he was over that night too.
He was over that night, but you needed to hear that. They needed to be able to hear that pop to kind of realize, okay, there's something here. Is this going to be the last we're going to see of Joe Hendry in NXT? Absolutely not.
Nope.
They're going to use him again. They're going to make this guy's going to be a player. Yeah, he got eliminated early. But at the same time, I think that was part of the plan just to kind of test the waters to see exactly, okay, is this entrance is something? And the social media response has been exceptional. I mean, he's gotten, I think it's over 7 to 10 million. I looked at the numbers, and his numbers, I think a day or two after his arrival, his numbers were doing better than Okada and
they were.
Mercedes Moné's when they joined AEW. So even though Okada, I think now has become more viral in recent weeks,
I agree. Yeah,
he's gonna start picking up some steam because of his use of the word bitch. But that's besides the point.
We need to buy those shirts, Dan.
I'm buying the shirt. No, I've decided I'm buying the shirt.
I agree.
I'm waiting till Pro Wrestling Tees. They usually have sales during weekends of. They usually have sales during weekends of pay-per-views for like 20% off. I'm waiting until one of those weekends to buy one of those shirts. Don't worry, I am buying one of those shirts.
If I'm not mistaken, the next
Dynasty, I think, is next weekend.
I'm not thinking Dynasty. I'm thinking Forbidden Door.
Forbidden Door is next weekend. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's next weekend. You're right. Yeah.
So next weekend might be the time to buy it.
That one's on Long Island, so I've been paying passive attention to see what the ticket sales look like. So
are you? Are you paying passive attention?
Passive.
Passive.
So real quick, I am a supervisor. Somebody on my team is an AEW fan. I don't know if I've discussed this on the show, maybe on the shoot. And they had mentioned it to me, and I completely forgot. So I did look today to see what the ticket sales looked like, and there are still some tickets available depending on where you look. Ticketmaster had nothing. I went on SeatGeek, I believe it was, and they still had stuff. Nothing great. A little bit off-center on the cam side, which were relatively cheap. If I went for the nosebleeds, just for reference, anybody who listens on Long Island, I can talk. I think we're looking under $50 in the nosebleeds. So all in all, and I'll say this for those that I already said it, on the cam side, even though it's a little bit off center, the seats should be decent and are less than 100, and that's not on the floor. It's on the next, up basically. If you were watching an NHL game in that same form, which would be the norm, you'd be pretty much 10 rows deep for an NHL game, so you're pretty deep for a wrestling show, but still not much. But I'm passively looking because it was brought up. I wasn't seriously looking because I completely forgot there was Forbidden Door that was weekend. And now Dan is looking for the tickets at this point.
I am. I'm not gonna lie. I am looking at prices right now. So
maybe we have something to discuss that weekend if Dan finds tickets that he feels are cheap enough for us to go.
Well, the thing is that ultimately, folks, I've had a decent record in recent since I've become a wrestling fan.
Dude,
I have attended
Forbidden Door though.
Well, that's the thing, is it would check a lot of companies off the box.
Exactly.
But I've been to a New Japan show, so I've been to a New Japan show. I have been to, of course, plenty of WWE shows. Been to a WCW pay-per-view. Been to a WCW Nitro. Been to an original ECW show. And with WWE, I've run the gauntlet as far as I've been to a Armageddon 2005, where I saw a Hell in a Cell match between The Undertaker and Randy Orton, which was excellent. SummerSlam 2006, this year's Royal Rumble, countless SmackDowns, countless Raws, countless house shows. So AEW, I would be able to check it off the list. It's just finding the motivation to go has been kind of my, I guess you could say, drawback of it. I've had opportunities. I could have went to one of the first Dynamites that they recorded when they were in Boston, but I decided not to because I just, meh.
Oh my goodness. Fair enough. So I have to say this now. I just accidentally closed one of our scrolling articles, so I had to refresh Facebook to grab it. And apparently tonight, this evening, which is airing SmackDown for 6/21/24, Jacob Fatu has debuted finally and joined the Bloodline.
Yes.
So that's big news right there. So hopefully we'll hear more about that next week, I'm sure, when we talk about SmackDown. But for right now, that's all we know. We don't know anything about the segment itself. It'll be interesting to see if that involves Solo's match against Solo this evening. Solo's match against Cody, excuse me, and we'll have to see. But all in all, I think that's it for WWE for Raw review. There's a lot of moving pieces this week, but I figure since we do need to touch upon we need to touch upon some numbers for NXT this week. They did pretty well for themselves. They have stayed above the 700,000 range the last few weeks. They have had a consistent base growth. Hold on. Why don't we save that for the scroll? Because there is
Okay.
something I do want to
Yes.
bring up, as I discussed earlier with you. So I'll actually move that to the front of the line for
Okay,
the
good.
scroll. Okay. So instead of that, that's all the news from WWE this week. We're not going to discuss AEW this week. Neither one of us really paid attention this week, anyways, except for the Okada segment because Okada's money.
So sorry.
So sorry,
Bitch.
bitch. But we didn't talk about it last week because of the build-up of Clash of the Castle and obviously reviewing Battleground from that week as well. So this week we're going to discuss episode 2 and episode 3 of Who Killed WCW. So on the left of the graphic, I have two of the main players of these past two episodes, especially episode 3, Bischoff and, of course, Vince Russo. And on the right, I have when he's actually opening his arms to say, I don't fucking know, Mr. Bill Goldberg. I want to include a few people here, but just the space perspective, I didn't as well. But I thought it was quite telling that discussing Goldberg was obviously Kevin Nash, who's been a prominent person they've interviewed for this, as well as Bret Hart.
Oh, Bret's fantastic. Brett has
He
been
is.
nothing but fantastic in this.
I will say this
So
before
is
you go on.
so is
though.
Kevin.
I was gonna say
So is Kevin.
Kevin's been money, and apparently Kevin has discussed it the last couple episodes and basically saying he's surprised that people were so bitter. And I'm like, dude, like I want to just tell Kevin Nash, dude, you sound just as bitter. Maybe not as much, but you sound bitter too.
I don't know if he sounds bitter because
A little bit.
yeah, I mean, I think he's bitter just because of the fact for 25 years they've just been blaming this shit on him. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Goldberg's streak ended. I'm the reason why. I'm the asshole.
I mean,
And-
with a booker.
And he'll tell you that he wasn't at the time.
Even
but
though Eric confirmed it, but yeah, I know.
Eric
Go ahead.
confirmed. I will say though, to back up his claim because it's not bullshit. The famous part when he's just like, Bill, remember when I went up for when I had you up when I hit him with that power bomb and I won the title. I just remember thinking to myself, I'm fucking over, and I'm just like, yeah, you were. The crowd was going fucking nuts when he. Beat
I started
Goldberg.
clapping when he said that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
it's
lie. I
because
was
he's
like,
right.
yep,
Like
he was.
he was
100%.
he was over when that audience did not fucking reject it. That audience did not shit on him winning the title. Okay, they were going nuts when he won the title. Were there some of them that like I felt like it was a much better way that people were sent home that year than they were the year before, because the majority of them the year before were just
Yeah.
confused.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact is that it was a moment where no one was really pissed off. But the fact of the matter with episode 2 is, and the one thing that I got from this is, and I wrote about it last week after I wrote about it on Wrestling Glory Days. This is going to define Bill Goldberg's legacy forever. This is going to hurt his son that he talks about when he came back and all this stuff. This is going to show the legacy of somebody that was one of the hottest box office attractions in the history of the industry. I cannot debate. I cannot argue that. It is a simple and unadulterated fact. However, I can put him in the same category as the Ultimate Warrior, as they were both flash in the fucking pants. And they both thought they were bigger than the entire fucking industry when they didn't do a goddamn fucking thing to make themselves apart from everybody else because they never got better. Bill never got better. Bill thought in his weak little fucking mind of this industry that he could just do the basic stuff and get away with it and be able to fill the gaps along the time. Some guys got away with it. Some guys really vastly improved over time. As much as I have shit on Lex Luger in the history of his career, Lex Luger was a consistent and safe worker. Never hurt anybody. Never put somebody out with a serious injury. But Bill hurt everybody. Bill busted up everybody. And the comment of, if there was no intent there, that's not my fault. Yes, it is, Bill. Because so many guys in the history of this industry never thought to themselves that they were actually physically hitting someone with all their force. And it was just like, oh, it's not my fault. There was no intent behind it. Are you that fucking dumb?
Yes.
He proved it.
Yeah.
That he is that fucking dumb.
I agree that he did. But to your point, and to answer the question, even though it was a rhetorical question, yeah, he's that dumb.
It was so nauseating. It was just not nauseating, but it's just pretty much.
No, it was. No, you're right. It was nauseating. You're right.
No, because it's just. I've heard it for so long about this guy. Like, people still talk about him. Oh, remember Goldberg? It's like, and I get frustrated because it's just, when he went to WWE, he was exposed. He was absolutely exposed. People got pissed off with Triple H. It's like, oh, Triple H held him down. He held him fucking self down. Because he never got better.
I wouldn't even say that. I would say Triple H held him exactly where he should have been.
All he did was just prove to everybody, this guy sucks. He's a legend in his own mind. Which is exactly what he is.
100%. 100%. I agree.
He had a hot 2 years. 97 through 98, he was unstoppable. I understand. When he beat Hulk Hogan in the Georgia Dome, that was an all-time moment.
It was.
In the history of the industry, it is one of the greatest moments in the history of the industry. And people remember it fondly. People also remember fondly when Hogan lost to the Warrior. There's a common denominator there. The guy that you were up against. That's why people find it memorable. Because Hogan didn't do many clean jobs, but he put you over like with $1 million fucking dollars. And on the fact, too, that you kicked out of like 3 leg drops.
Yep.
But he made you look unbeatable, which is what you were. But the moment you lost that undefeated streak, you became this bitter jerk off. And it's like, it doesn't work like that, dude. You need to lose eventually. You can't go 500-0. It's not a video game. It's real life.
But
it's not even
that
real
Japanese
life.
girl
It's
beat
just,
my record.
Oh, fuck off.
It pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie.
It was so annoying. It just, because don't confirm what I already know. Like, just don't do that. Just don't, because I don't want to have to sit here and have a conversation. Like, I don't want to, like, the man's done his service. I mean, and at one time, I'll admit, yeah, I did like Goldberg. I have Goldberg things in my collection.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I remember fondly 98. I remember fondly 97. So for that, I still have to give him, I went, like, I went crazy the night he beat Hogan. I was a Hogan guy, but at the same time with Goldberg, I was just like, I can't deny this, like, this run. I can't.
Yeah.
Could never do that. But the problem is now, Bill, is that you've destroyed that image to people. And it's not just the people that, and that clip is your legacy.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was doing.
That's why I got that shot that I got. Yeah.
That's it. That's the definition of your legacy.
Yeah.
And you have to live with that. And you did it to do a documentary, just to come out in this, you're in this garage with all your classic cars that this industry built, by the way, not your NFL career. That garage, that house, they were paid for by WWE and WCW. The same industry.
Yeah, well,
that you
by
couldn't
Saudi
take
Arabia.
them too. But he couldn't, but this guy couldn't get better. And he couldn't also, like, I can say what I want about Brock, right? People can say what they want about Brock. But Brock still respects the industry. Enough to the standpoint of when Vince went to him and said, "You're going to end the streak," Brock was like, "I don't know if I want that."
Yeah.
You know, it's he respects the industry. Is he in it for the money? Yeah. Why wouldn't you be? But he at least has respect for it. He has respect for the locker room. I can't say that Goldberg has any respect for anybody in the industry. I know that
he does, but it's for one person. And it's for Bill Goldberg.
Bill Goldberg. And people tell Bret Hart he should get over it. No, Bret Hart shouldn't get over it.
No, absolutely.
Bret Hart should not get over it.
Brett's career was fucking ruined by this guy. There's
Brett's-
absolutely no reason he should get over it.
He cost him so much fucking money.
Absolutely.
Not just money from WCW, money from future earnings from WWE. Because he would have went back. You mean to tell me that he would have said no to a Kurt Angle match for like $2 million on the table? Fuck you. He would have taken that in a heartbeat.
He said it.
He did.
He said it in interviews that Kurt Angle approached him and he's like, "Kurt, I can't do it." That's not to say that if he was healthy, he wouldn't have. And I have zero doubt in my mind that Bret Hart would have said no to a match against Kurt Angle if he was able to do so. Zero.
If he was able to do so, that match would have happened.
Absolutely.
Bret would have come back at some point and been able to have an impact in the Ruthless Aggression era.
Yep.
Maybe showing up at WrestleMania X7, you know, like within a 4 or 5 year window from the Montreal Screwjob. But he couldn't because dipshit didn't know what he was doing and hit him with a kick for real. And
so hold on a second. Right there. Okay. I want to talk about that just very, very, very quickly because I have an opinion and a question. Because, again, you mentioned it when you talked about intent, where Goldberg is essentially saying, well, it's BS because there was no intent behind it. So given what we're talking about, with Bret Hart, right? Quote unquote, according to Bill Goldberg, for reasons of Bret Hart that I'm saying his full name, there's no intent there. In your opinion, because I can tell you mine in a sec once I ask the question, in your opinion, does that really fucking matter? Because for me, in my opinion, if you watch that kick, which obviously we're doing as we're watching this documentary about who killed WCW, to me, even though there's zero intent, if you look at the kick, he doesn't just stop his boot like a Kevin Nash or Undertaker or Kane when they raise the big boot. It looks like there's force behind that kick.
yeah,
Right? So in your opinion, does the intent even matter?
No.
Thank you. Just say it that way.
No. You proved to me, you even admitted to the public, look, the match you had with Scott Hall was what also needs to be understated was that match was at the Georgia Dome the same night that he was facing Hogan, and he admitted that to a top star in the company.
Yes.
That he could have went back and said, don't fucking do this tonight. But he didn't. Because Turner, that was the guy they wanted. The executive, even Brad Siegel admitted Goldberg was the way we wanted to go.
Yep.
That was the way the network wanted. Another thing too that didn't get talked about, that Kevin Nash actually brought it up on his podcast recently because he's been talking about this Death of the WCW documentary, which a lot of the stuff is regurgitated. We've talked about that, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of inside stuff too, stuff that I didn't know about. The Goldberg interview especially has kind of raised a lot of eyebrows, and also I think is going to overall hurt his legacy severely. But the one thing that I'm going to defend Eric Bischoff on, which again, the wrestling media last week was going after Bischoff. I was just like, again, with this bullshit.
Yeah.
So Bischoff didn't do this match for a pay-per-view. And that was the biggest argument that people had. This match should have been on pay-per-view. It would have drawn a huge number and all this stuff. Right, it would have done a decent buy rate. But the problem is WCW never really saw that money. When WCW had their pay-per-views, they were done by Turner Home Entertainment. They were also the video distribution division as well, where a lot of WCW tapes, if you have any of the VHSs, I have a couple, they had the logo on it, said Turner on it. It was like a white house. It wasn't the White House, but it was like a white like mansion. Some old school, like some from Savannah, Georgia, back in the late 19th century.
Yeah, I know.
And so when they would sell a videotape or they would sell a pay-per-view, that money went to Turner Home Entertainment. WCW didn't see any of it. WCW saw ad revenue from TV. So why not do this match on TV? Why not do it at the Georgia Dome, where most of the executives for WCW are going to be in the building anyways, which they were. Brad Siegel admitted it. Brad Siegel admitted that there was a lot of executives that night that thought it was a really cool moment. So, of course, you do it on live TV. You're going to draw a big number, which they did. One of the biggest drawn numbers in the history of the Monday Night Wars. It's a fantastic moment. So, for people to kind of shit on Bischoff and be like, which I admit, I used to say, well, they should have done it on pay-per-view. Not realizing that, again, because I'm not thinking with a full deck at the time of knowing the information, and not when getting into this industry and kind of knowing how it goes, and also the explanation, it makes complete sense that why do it on pay-per-view and for home video when I don't see any money from it. So those were all factors that I think kind of led in, that were kind of left out of the documentary. It was really interesting too to hear them openly admit that they should have been getting paid more for rights fees, but they weren't willing to go much higher else. They were kind of capped out. Because they talked about the economics of it, where they would use WCW as kind of like a floater to kind of dump all the losses and expenses on it to make us look bad.
Yeah.
And
They talked about that.
the executives completely admitted that that's what they were doing. But again, the news media, Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez especially, were saying, of course, Bischoff is blaming everybody but himself, when the executives admitted that they were using WCW at certain points as a shell to put losses from other divisions in
Yep.
Time Warner.
Yep. They discussed that in episode 3. And when I heard that, I was like, wow. And to kind of anchor this point a little bit more in depth than just saying what we've talked about thus far with just the executives, to answer the question in episode 3 alone of who killed WCW, it was fucking everybody.
It was everybody.
It really was. And I know
Except-
people put that on Bischoff, like you said, and I know people put it on the executives, as we're talking about now. People put it on Hogan for the creative control.
I don't think it was Hogan.
I don't think it is either, but he did have that creative control.
He did have the creative control, but I think
I think it's
ultimately,
everybody.
I think it was Turner executives.
Yes.
I think Turner executives are the number one factor.
Oh, 100%.
I think they deserve. I say they deserve 3/4 of the blame, and then I would sliver that pie. If and I might be a little biased here, but this is why I think this. Okay, Bischoff really doesn't deserve any of the blame because they wouldn't have been in the position that they were in of kicking WWF's ass with the NWO storyline if it wasn't for Eric. Like, Eric literally saved that company. And Eric, I also
I
think,
agree. Yeah.
brought wrestling into a new territory, like with production, because WCW's production was terrible up until Bischoff took over.
Oh, yeah.
It was the shits. You'd watch a Clash of the Champions and I'd be like, oh my God, the audio blows, the camera shots suck. And
I remember watching that triple cage match where it was like Arn and Flair and Hogan and,
Oh
and
my God.
Savage.
the uncensored, oh my God.
Yeah.
That was,
And the
that was not-
quality, even for that time frame, was just shit.
and that was under Bischoff too. That was just hard to light. They didn't,
Yeah.
they did it, they got it right a couple of years later. But that was, because I remember they did the triple cage a couple of times, the Ready to Rumble match, all that.
No, not that one, but the 3-story one.
No, I know that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that they figured it out then how to produce, to light it and produce it. Where the '96 one was just, it was so bad. But I think it was so hard to kind of figure out how to light it at that point. And two, they were trying to think, because it was a multi-layered thing. It was scaffolding involved.
Right.
It wasn't like something you could just lower around the ring.
Right.
So I just don't think they knew how to shoot it.
Oh, they didn't. Because the lighting for me was like non-existent.
Yeah.
It was like no light whatsoever. And to your point, yeah, they had a separate area for this. It wasn't above
then-
the ring.
But then within 2 months from that was the start of the NWO angle. So it was like, I kind of give them a write-off on that because it's like, well, 2 months later you caught fire. So, which happens.
Right.
Like, you can have the shittiest, like, that's what happened to WWE the last couple of years, because 5 years ago they were in probably their worst creative year ever, 2019. Maybe like top 5 at least. One of the worst years in company history as far as creative is concerned.
I mean, yeah.
Business-wise, they were doing great.
Business,
but
yeah, but
They
creative, no.
they blew. And 5 years later, they're cooking. And 3 years ago, they were cooking. And they're just still cooking now. So it's just, it shows you how much time could turn because, again, this company, WCW, in 1998 was still doing great numbers.
Well, so let's backtrack for a second. So we talked about WWE's success recently over the past 4 or 5 years or so. Episode 3 of Who Killed WCW goes into full detail with their newest kind of guest documentator, whatever you want to call them, when they brought in Dude Bruh. Yeah, exactly.
Bro.
In Vince Russo. And I have to be honest with you that over the past few months since I've started doing this with you, whether it be on the shoot, whether it be on the Pro Wrestling World Talks, you have to view it, if you're I almost don't want to say smart, but I have to, a smart fan of saying, okay, well, this is a TV show. And to that point, Vince Russo was right. It is a TV show. However, nobody's tuning into this TV show for you, Dude Bruh.
Apparently in a 4-hour interview, I guess they posted on their, the Dark Side of the Ring guys posted on their social media.
Sure.
In a 4-hour interview, I think he said he said bro like 350 times.
That's why I said Dude Bruh, because, dude, every time I listen to him, now I'm fucking saying it, every time I listen to him, it's like, anytime somebody says Dude Bruh as like a joke, all I can think of is Vince Russo.
And he tried to make himself such a sympathetic figure at the end. Like, I'm just like, this is why I hate professional wrestling, bro. It's like,
you know what? That's
what it's
actually
done in my
why,
life.
if you look at the picture, that's why I grabbed the one that I grabbed. Because it's the most sympathetic picture of him that I could grab from the show itself.
But it's just
I'm being honest. I
can't wait for Cornette to review it. I can't fucking wait.
Me too.
Because
he hates him.
Well, he should. I mean, the fact is that, look at Vince Russo was never the head writer of WWE. It's just a simple, unadulterated fact. You can't call yourself the head writer when Vince McMahon owns the fucking company. Because you're not the head writer at that point. You're a writer, but you're not the head writer. Vince is the head writer. So for you to be able to call yourself that and then go down to WCW, like, look, I'm sure Vince had great ideas, and he's had a few. I'm sure that all the credit that he can sit there and say about that he was this and that and this and that, I've looked at it and the proof is in the pudding. The last year of WCW, anything that he was involved with sucked ass. It was terrible. And the funny part is that over time, in some wrestling companies, a lot of the stuff that Russo did is actually better than some of the stuff they've done. That's besides the point. But you made yourself world champion. It was the only time ever I was rooting for Goldberg to actually kill somebody, because I honestly think, and he can say what he wants, there was some intent behind that spear to Russo. You could just tell. There was some intent. He really wanted, if Russo died from that, I don't think Goldberg would be like, well, I feel bad, but I didn't know what I was doing.
I don't know. Maybe there is some intent, but I feel like so the discussion was, just to reference that for the listeners, is that Goldberg was supposed to spear him in the entranceway. I think that Goldberg literally looked at him in the corner of where the entranceway was and where the barricade is and just said, close enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like to me. Because literally it was close enough. And Russo also has a helmet on. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Russo has a freaking football getup on with full pads and a helmet on.
I remember the promo he cut that night. Oh, he's just like, I'm in Long Island, New York, the greatest city in the world. It's like,
that's a region, bro.
I'm like looking at it,
dude,
and I'm
bro,
like,
it's a region.
Literally, that was my reaction. I'm like, that's not a fucking city. Like, and I'm because this is 2000. I'm 17 at this point. So I knew my geography, and I was just where now I don't. But I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, that's a fucking region, dude. Like that's not even that's not a city. Long Island, New York, the greatest city in the world. It's just like, just fucking call it Uniondale, then, you asshole. Jeez.
Nobody's gonna call it Uniondale, but that's besides the point.
It's
That's
always Nassau.
well, it's more my Long Island knowledge at this point in time than anything else. But yeah, I got you. It's so tough. It's tough to watch it. I know they tried to paint Vince Russo as a sympathetic character by the end of episode 3, and I truthfully could not listen to him anymore. After 2.5, I'll say, episodes of listening to Bischoff, I'm fine with that. I don't disagree with what we talked about, that it's not Bischoff's fault, really. I think there's some things that he maybe did that didn't help, but ultimately I don't put that on him. I put that on guys like Brad Siegel and Turner Management. But when we look at what Russo did, and Brad Siegel speaks to this as well, he didn't make it marketable anymore. And ultimately, do I care about some of this shit? Not really. Oh, they're dumping spaghetti on somebody on a hotel. Watch out now. Like, I don't give a shit. And then the one
some stuff was fun.
Some of it, yeah, some of it. But the one thing that I had a huge issue with is I am better than 80% of that locker room talent, so why not put myself on the
No,
show?
you're not. No, you're not.
No, he wasn't.
No.
At all.
No. That was one of the most idiotic comments from this whole thing. And again, I can't wait to hear fucking Cornette's response to it. He's just gonna be like, what? What'd he say?
For those that don't know, Cornette already hates him, so
Oh God!
I can only imagine.
Cornette's hatred towards him is also extremely valid. Because again, it's like Russo was the only guy in history that made Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan look like sympathetic figures from the whole Bash of the Beach incident. Because Russo was completely in the wrong. And I'll say that to this day. Because, Hogan should have played his creative control card. Well, don't put it in the fucking contract in. Don't put it in the contract. If you have a problem with it, don't put it in the deal. But to get him, you had to do that. So, as far as I'm concerned, when you go out and you say, that bald son of a bitch, he won't be on this program again, guess what? That's slander. And, yeah, you should get sued. Because you made it look, he always tried to get inside. He's always just like, oh, I'm getting one up with the marks. It's like, no, you're not. Because you're alienating the other half of the audience who don't give a fuck. And again, you had a New York mentality, a New York mindset. WCW, that audience was always Southern based. They were the people, the generational that were watching that from WTBS from the early days. So everything in Atlanta, everything in the Mid-South, everything in Mid-Atlantic, that whole territory, which believed in old Crockett's, everybody that was in that territory, that's what WCW held. And they were already trying to get over Hogan joint. And now you got this guy who came from WWF, who's also New York through and through running things. And that's why they stopped showing up. So I feel like the two people really to blame for the end of WCW was the Turner executives and Vince Russo.
I mean, I have to agree. I'm going to try to play an audio clip real quick. I don't know if this is going to work or not. We'll see. Just to kind of see if we can get the vibe here of stuff that's been said.
I've ignored him for years, and it's on and on.
It's my personal enjoyment at this advanced age to remind everybody at every opportunity that he's a liar.
It's freaking wrestling. It means nothing.
I will live to piss on his grave, even if I'm in a walker. My wife already has instructions. She's out of the will. If she doesn't get me there, if I'm not ambulatory, I'll find Vince Russo's grave and I will piss on it, and there will be a picture of that hanging on my wall when I pass away. And hate is a hell of a motivator.
Says Jim Cornette, for those that are uninitiated, talking a little bit about Vince Russo. Some of the clip is also Vince Russo discussing Jim Cornette, obviously, as well. But that's, yeah, I mean, listen, it's hard to disagree with Jim Cornette in this scenario. It really is. I think there are some audio clips in the show. If not, that's a disservice. Because it's just factual that Russo really did go in with ulterior motives, maybe to build this TV show, but build it around himself. And nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted that. And the one thing I'll say to Eric Bischoff's defense as well is that Tony Schiavone apparently approached Vince Russo, about the situation with David Arquette and just saying, hey, let's make him champion. Unfortunately, Bischoff did not veto this and said, yeah, sure, let's do it. And a lot of people disagreed with that. I would love for Tony Schiavone to clear the air on this. He won't. You're right. But I'd love him to do so.
He might. I don't know.
Basically say, hey, that wasn't me. I'd love him to do that.
He might. I don't know. Only because of the fact that he's. I'll admit, I've grown to respect Schiavone more now than I ever have.
Same, yeah.
Because he just has this attitude of I really don't give a shit, which is cool. I do feel like he's kind of in the midst of another Vietnam flashback in the company he's working for. But at the same time, he might comment on it. He might be like, whatever they want to. He might be like, whatever they want to say, that's what happened. Whatever. Just to blow it off. I don't know. I'm sure because Conrad, I think, does his podcast, so he might ask that question because he works so closely with both him and Bischoff, which is so weird. It's like
it is
because Bischoff shits on AEW so much, and then you got Schiavone that's just like, oh, whatever. Like he's just being able to have this one big podcasting network where half of his talent works for AEW or WWE, and then you have Bischoff who's just like this outlier of just shitting on AEW whenever he gets a chance to. Yep. But the thing about it is that Tony Khan has taken open shots at Eric Bischoff. He's taken open shots about how WCW was run, and he's done the exact same things that WCW did in their demise. Yep. And it's starting to those fruits are starting to bear fruit, as they say.
Fruits are bearing fruit. Yep.
I guess.
I don't disagree. I think that's kind of it for Who Killed WCW episodes. You have any other thoughts about the show though so far, or?
It'll be interesting how they finish this up this weekend. Like I can't wait to see the kind of because they're going to have to talk about like how kind of everything literally happened, because I remember the Monday, like it was literally Bischoff bought the company. There's one Monday he's out there and he's just like, we're no longer going to be on Turner Networks. And then like 3 days later, Vince bought him. It's like, so that's kind of going to be that'll be the one that I'm really interested in to see kind of like how the timeline went, and how kind of everybody was. I don't know if they were lied to, but at least how things kind of were said on the Turner side, how fast this went down. Because, there's many rumors that I've heard that there was some side of inside deal where someone was a roommate of someone and that's why they got it for so low. I don't know. So, it'll be interesting to see if that rumor's kind of dispelled or if it's true or if that's what they allude to. I don't know. But I think the last episode will be interesting because there are many questions I've had of like, how did this thing kind of just went the way it did at that point? Because Bischoff bought it, and that was what we were all led to believe, that Fusient Media was supposed to take them over. And then all of a sudden it turned into, well, Turner's getting rid of us. We sold to Vince. Okay. So, yeah, that's the only thing I find that I'm really interested in for that next episode, which we'll talk about here next week.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it'll be interesting to see how that whole thing went down, especially from the WCW perspective, whether that be Bischoff. They've also had Booker T come in, Nash come in, Goldberg come in to kind of discuss their perspectives, which I think is important, especially going into that episode of how this all went down. So hopefully we'll catch that next week, and like you said, we'll probably talk about that next week anyways, given how they kind of built up that episode. But I figure let's move on to the final segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the Pro Wrestling World Talk Scroll.
All right.
Love that.
Yeah. I will say thank you. So before we even go into any of the articles, I wanted to call out that the Pro Wrestling World Talks on Facebook has updated their banner photo to what you currently see on the screen of the new Wyatt faction. I think this is a great call out after Raw. Great photo op of the faction. So let's jump right into some of the articles. Obviously,
Monday group chats were hard because
I'm sure
it was like they're all popping off in the chat, and then there's that small group of us. It's just like, hey guys, we just won the NWA champion, the NBA championship. So it's like we're focused on other shit. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know when they updated this. I didn't look, but yeah, that's true too. So like I said earlier, I would reorganize this in accordance to the order that Dan and I were discussing earlier about the lead-in to AEW on Wednesday nights. So we got a clean pick there of Sheldon Cooper. His cropping is weird, I apologize. But Bazinga, the most over person among the AEW audience is, drumroll please, Sheldon Cooper. That's right, it's not MJF, it's not Will Ospreay, it's not Swerve. If you pull Big Bang Theory before AEW, then you get the worst AEW numbers ever. Sad. Tony Khan needs those re-earns to get a paycheck as much as the Big Bang cast members do. Sad. And that article, of course, as you can see, is by TJ. And there, as you can see, mostly is Sheldon Cooper. I had to include this because you bring this up almost weekly, that the lead-in is the Big Bang Theory.
I really got annoyed this week with the number one, the rating. This is not. I remember what the ceiling was. The ceiling talk for when Warner Brothers is going to get kind of concerned, and it was like 500,000. And this week they were at 507 for their overall rating.
Close enough,
Their
in my
demo,
opinion.
their demo was not good either. And
And was
then
it like
all of a sudden,
.14 or something like that?
it was something. It was something terrible.
Yeah.
Mind you, that overall rating is atrocious. Especially too with NXT really starting to catch fire, like where they own you this week. It was 502 compared to AEW was like 502, 507, and then NXT was like at 750. That's not good because this is a company that you guys chased from Wednesday nights years ago, and you were still beating them overall rating when they moved nights. They didn't go over. It wasn't like it, but your rating didn't go up either, but their rating didn't go up either. Now all of a sudden, they're on fire. They just made this deal with TNA, who literally has no ratings. They're like at 100,000, barely. Their last pay-per-view did like 2,000 buys or something. But Joe Hendry is doing better social media numbers than two people that you just spent maybe 10 to 12 million on combined. Ospreay's a draw. He's done very good. He's had some good numbers, so I'm not going to crap on Ospreay. Ospreay, I feel like, has done his job and has been booked pretty well. Okada, I feel like you've done a very good job. Mercedes, though, even though her matches have been solid, I'm not going to knock her.
We'll actually talk about her soon. Don't worry.
But this is not good. Like, and this is also their exclusivity window. I think ends. Look, it's supposed to end, I guess, in July. We're at the end of June, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, they are in a, oh, it's not good. Like, it's not good. Like, any of this right now is not good. And the fact also that they're like, oh, well, it's because of Juneteenth. It's because of this.
How is
it's
that
because
the excuse?
How is that an excuse? The NBA Finals was an excuse.
Yeah.
Even though you did over 1 million people last year, despite like they did like 800, 900,000, 1 million, 0.3, like they did like 1 million, even with the NBA Finals, they were still doing better numbers. The NBA Finals this year, and it's just like, well, the numbers have gone down because of the NBA Finals. No. You were doing 1 million. Oh, you did over 1 million people last year when we were up against the NBA Finals. So why are you doing bad now? Like, you got to give an explanation on why that is. It's because they're cold as shit. They're cold.
Well, so I scrolled down a little bit, and you had mentioned this when we were talking about this article in pre-show, is that Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful.com posted to his Twitter account, Twitter X, excuse me. One of the reasons highlighted from both sides was the lead-in changing from Big Bang Theory to Black Panther.
Oh, fuck off,
which
Sean.
was said to be significantly lower numbers as well.
Shut the fuck up. Stop moving the fucking goalposts.
Is he moving the goalposts, though, or is that factual? Like, you mention this every week, right? Where we talk about the numbers to AEW on Wednesday night. Now they are showing something different on Wednesday night.
Here's my
it's
problem.
It's not the Big Bang Theory, like you talk about. Go ahead.
Here's my problem.
Go ahead.
It's Juneteenth. So it's a recognized national holiday. TBS decides we're going to play Black Panther, probably in recognition.
I agree. Yep.
Of Juneteenth.
Yeah.
And nobody watches that, but so why not? But this also, you know what this also proves?
Oh, geez.
This also proves something to me. Okay. So, and it's something that's actually been pulled out. There's a guy on YouTube that I love. And he's on the Pro Wrestling Bitch channel. If anybody wants to check him out, he does some really great work. He's African American. And he talks about how NXT is starting to get really in touch with black culture.
I actually heard
And
the same thing this week. Yeah.
Instead of how AEW, yeah, they have Swerve as the world champion, except he's been booked as a mid-carder.
Right.
And then they're using this excuse where there wasn't a real strong lead-in, like the Black Panther was not a strong look. So then what are you trying to say? Like, read between the lines on that? Is that what I'm getting? Like, that's a strong, like, because if you need another show to lead you in, and it's a show that has not had a new episode on in over 5 years, that's a fucking problem. Like, that to me proves nothing. Like, and it's just, oh, but you need the strength of a strong lead-in. Really? Like, really? Shouldn't it be start noticing then that the big drop-off from the quarter hours that you should notice at that point? You should look at it from the quarter 1 hour to the quarter 2 hour when you lose in the hundreds of thousands. You're not addressing the fucking problem. All you're doing is just coming up with excuses. This isn't like, come up with a solution to the problem instead of coming up with ways on why the rating was bad this week. Because for years, with WWE, every September, every October, oh, the ratings went down 35% this week. The ratings went down 40% this week. You never mention the fact that that's when Monday Night Football starts up. The most viewed pro wrestling, the most viewed sporting event on Monday nights is Monday Night Football. We're talking 14 to 15 million people a week. And they're going to want to watch that in real time compared to WWE, which they could probably watch either on Hulu or on DVR. You never bring that up. But with AEW, it's always, oh, well, Black Panther was their lead-in. Fucking really?
My thing is, to your point, is like, why is that relevant?
It shouldn't be relevant.
That's the point. Exactly.
The product sucks. The booking has been suspect.
Well,
that should be the problem that's addressed. Instead of you guys pulling every fucking thread humanly possible to come up with, why are the ratings bad?
Well, so I have a twofold example here of what they should do. The first one is, don't even fucking address it. Because at that point, if you're addressing it, you're the problem. Your product is the problem, not those other external factors. To that point, though, and you kind of hit the nail on the head here, and so does Sean Ross Sapp, unfortunately, even though I can't stand him, is the simple fact that, okay, you're saying that one of the reasons how it from both sides. First of all, who the fuck are both sides? Is it the network? Is it AEW? Is it WWE? Who's both sides here, right? And on top of that, even if that's the situation where we'll say it's the network and it's AEW, stop calling attention to it every fucking week. Let it lie. Don't even say anything about it. If you're so concerned about what those ratings are, the way you establish the fact that you don't care about the ratings is by not continuously bringing it up. On top of these factors, I would say they're compounded just by the fact that he gives a shit about them, which is why I continuously say, stop bringing it up. If the ratings don't matter and that's your narrative, stop bringing it up. Just simple right there. Stop doing that. But he can't, him being Tony Khan, just can't fucking help himself. I didn't get $1 million a year for the product. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. Stop fucking talking about it. It's that simple. And he just can't do it. I don't know what it's going to take for them to stop doing it.
AEW, if they had probably half the budget, maybe even like a third of the budget, would be a sustainable company for the numbers that they're generating in audience number wise, attendance wise, pay-per-view wise. But he had to big shot it. He had to throw money around and swing his dick around and say, this is what we are. This is what we're going to be. We're going to get $1 billion when our rights. It's like, there's no guarantee of that. The television landscape is changing, number one. Number two, these companies are spending less money because they're losing money, because streaming is a losing effort for the short term. In the long run, it's probably going to be more profitable. But these companies, they want to spend less and get more. And that's why I think Time Warner's playing hardball. And
I think they're
not giving you numbers.
Perspective of this, Dan. I don't want to cut you off, but I think they're
it's
from
fine.
the perspective of this, where it's like they look at the WWE model and they do 1, maybe 2 a month, depending, of their PLEs. Those make money. They have the proper advertising in place, whether that be the company itself or WWE. WWE also has external, I'll say it that way, productivity here in the sense of promotions, where they have, and I know it sounds dumb, but it's realistic, of Prime being centered, whether it be in the middle of the ring or on the outside by the commentary. They also have other ones that they kind of scroll depending on the apron, on the outside barriers, since they have, the setup there where it's like digital billboards, and they're able to do it that way. But AEW doesn't have those things.
No.
And they don't have the proper advertising in place to do those things. So for them, and we've talked about this before, the pay-per-view platform is in the right place for them. But that's not the WWE platform anymore, because they have all of these things that they're able to do outside of that. They don't need a pay-per-view format anymore. Whereas AEW, without the proper advertising setups that WWE has, they still need it. And that's why it's never, I'll say it that way, at least in its current format, going to be profitable for them to do so as that streaming platform that you're mentioning.
It's just, I understand what he's doing. I understand he saw a moment of weakness for WWE, and he thought, look, we can prey on this and we can make a go of it. And to his credit, he did.
But that's 5 years ago.
But that was even 3 years ago. They were cooking, but the last 2.5 years, it's just been like, man, you got to figure something out, because we're in fucking trouble. Like, the nose it's been like this for 2 years.
I would even say 3, but yeah, at least 2.
No, it's been like that for 2. It's been like this for 2 years. Like, where it's just been constant dread. It's never like anything, or if there's anything positive, there's always something that comes out of it that makes it worse. And that's where they're at right now. And I don't know how they're going to be able to pull themselves out. I don't know. I just don't. Because this is bad. I didn't expect this yet. To where they're hunting around the fives. I did.
5 years, I did.
No, I didn't expect this to not yet, at least. I expected at least also before, because I thought they would get a deal or renewal, and then that number would hit. But now it's happening now. You wonder if it's going to go back up to 6 or 7 next week, and then, or if it stays at 5, if this is the new ceiling, because I don't know if it's going to get past 7 again. It's hard to go from 5 up to 7 or 8 again. That, you're talking about 200,000 to 300,000. So
I'll say it this way: I don't think they can. They've signed the talent that they've signed this past year, and it still hasn't happened. So,
well, there's the I don't know if we're going to talk about the rumor that's been going around lately. I don't know if that's next on the docket with the Shane McMahon rumors.
No, I don't have that. And since that's just a rumor, I'm not even going to bother talking about that, honestly.
No, that's fair.
Until there's more solidified information. But the next thing we'll talk about.
I don't know if it happens now, by the way, with the rating as low as it is.
I don't think it happens. I think Shane needs to realize that it shouldn't happen either at this point. But, again, digressing a little bit. I want you to think about the best tag team match that The Undertaker and Kane have had against other opponents. Because that is actually the next article. I felt this one was important to include because it will get us thinking a little bit, especially you being the wrestling historian that you are. What is your favorite Brothers of Destruction match? This one by Florida Man, saying he particularly loved the match against MVP and Mr. Kennedy in 2016. He found that was really entertaining, and
actually that'd be 2006.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2006. I can't read apparently right now.
No, it's fine.
So here's a picture of the Brothers of Destruction making a cake because AI is a thing.
That's a new one.
Yeah. Welcome to AI.
Brothers of Destruction, Baker Boys. Okay.
So, what do you think is a good one? I truthfully have no dogs in this race, as it were, so I'll let you pontificate.
I really don't either. Tell you the truth. They had great segments. I wouldn't say they would have great matches.
I would agree with that.
And to be fair, also, 2 of their matches that I've seen them in have made my worst lists. And that was the tag team match that they had with Triple H and Shawn Michaels at Crown Jewel. And then also the match that they had with Chronic at Unforgiven 2001. Those would make my worst matches list. But as matches that are memorable that I like from them, I have to be honest and kind of
can't remember any.
No, I'm gonna buck. So
yeah. All right. I thought that was going to be a good segue, but I guess not. Because I can't think of any either. I really can't.
You didn't even stump me. It's just like I can't name anything that's memorable.
I agree. I think they had good matches, but I can't remember any that were like
one-on-one. Yeah, they had great matches with each other, one-on-one, and just tag team wise, it's like it's hard for me to find out. Like, really.
Yep, I agree. So let's move on. So this one's about Jade Cargill. This one by Blackheart. I really, really want WWE to keep the momentum going with Jade Cargill. My idea, I think she needs a big program for SummerSlam to keep the momentum going. Part of me believes it should be Bianca. Only reason being not Mania, because I think WWE has been teasing Bianca and Charlotte for Mania for a while now. But I think it could be a big chance to do this feud now. And in order to avoid face versus face complaints, it can be a number 1 contender match for something of the sort of whoever is champion after SummerSlam. That's just my idea. What are yours by Blackheart, like I said? Here's Jade from this past weekend.
Well, I feel like with Jade, I don't know if she's ready yet to kind of have a major feud like that. I
Yeah,
don't know if I'd want to do it now. I don't know if I want to do it for Mania next year.
Yeah,
maybe Mania next year,
fine.
maybe a year after. I don't know.
I think
But
it
I don't
depends
think
on her status.
It shouldn't be now. It shouldn't be. Not now though. Not now.
No,
Maybe
I agree.
Mania, but not now. Not now at all.
I agree with you. I think Mania, but my only concern is it depends on her status. Again, there are those rumors that Bianca is pregnant.
That's true.
There's been no definitive answer to that. So if it is true, I think it should be SummerSlam, depending, obviously, if not at Money in the Bank. However, there's no seeds planted for it currently. It does not seem like Bianca is pregnant. So it's hard for me to kind of say. I would say Mania at the absolute earliest. I would not do it sooner than that. And
I agree.
And even in commentary that Bianca might be pregnant, I still would say the same thing. I still think it's too early. So if they need to wait more than a year for next year's WrestleMania, if that's the scenario, I would rather them do that. Like, just being 100% transparent. I would rather that than rushing it. And doing it that way also, if, again, the scenario is what we're saying it is, plants a decent seed for her to go out and then come back and battle Jade. Kind of like what they've done previously with Cody, with other superstars that are out for a long time, which they're going to do with Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley. That's what I'd rather see. So and it's a good kind of segue to talk about, but other than that, no, I want them to wait. I don't want them to do it right now. The next one I have is kind of more so for you. This was a couple weeks ago, I believe. And this one is I Really Miss Danhausen by King MDM.
Oh.
So we've actually discussed this a little bit. Yep, that's why I made sure I included this. So this was June 14th by King MDM again. He's good, he's entertaining, and he was over with the fans. He was a good merch seller. I really don't understand why he is never booked. And so this is a fan sign, as you can see on the right-hand side. Another week, still no Danhausen. Pathetic, Con.
Well, I think the main there's a main reason of that. I think the main one is the fact that he's friends with CM Punk. He has stayed on CM Punk's side.
Could be, yep.
And they don't take kindly to that, the people that are in charge. And I feel like that has hurt his booking, his usage. I do have a feeling, though, that once he's freed up from his contract, he's going to NXT.
He better. I'm
because
just saying. He better.
It just makes sense, him going there.
Yes.
Especially with the way that they're doing things with character development. The fact that they're just like, well, Joe Hendry's viral, so let's go get him. Jordan Grace, viral, let's go get her. There's this...
Ethan Page.
They're going to go work with AAA now, apparently.
I've heard the same, yep.
That's the rumor that's coming out tonight. So they are open for business. So I could honestly see Danhausen going there. And then just... I'm already giggling at some of the interactions that he would just have down there. Danhausen at the Performance Center. What is this weightlifting? What? Yeah.
Is it nice? Is it evil?
He just walks to the HBK's office and he's just like, look, you need to pay me more monies. You haven't even started yet. I want more.
I need to buy more teeth to put in my jar. Dude,
I need a blimp.
I need a blimp, yeah.
And a rocket car. That's how you get me.
It could just work on so many levels. So I that's why I made sure to include this one. This next one, though, little bit different segue, but I figured we'd talk about this one. So this one, just real quick, is by Ripper. speaks to AJ Styles and the way they're kind of doing things lately. So WWE is doing awesome in most ways, no doubt about that. I absolutely am stoked for this match, and also the fact that WWE is allowing their talent to pursue these endeavors. I was skeptical, still am, but guessing the internet says let Papa H cook. With all that being said, we must acknowledge the sheer hypocrisy of WWE fans when it comes to the perception of these inter-promotional dream matches. Willing to bet anything the same fans are marking out over this would have spammed the internet with "who" comments had this been Marufuji versus Kenny Omega in AEW/Noah dream match. Also, the whole "where's the story" comments. Yeah, I agree.
Not wrong.
In this case, however, it is totally okay to Google this person and the story in that two wrestlers from two different promotions fight to see who is the better wrestler. Had this been AEW, people would have cried, why does this person who lost 2 world title matches get to wrestle and all that? How does that make sense? Dream matches don't sell out, etc., etc. Can also sense the difference is, quote unquote, comments that end with a statement that is not at all different for two promotions from a mile away. I'm happy WWE is doing this, and I hope we see more of this, but I also hope the energy from the fans is retained when such dream matches happen in any promotion. Perhaps asking too much, right? Ripper. So this was announced very recently after AJ lost at Clash of the Castle, that on Saturday, 7/13, he'll be at Destination 2024 to face off against Naomichi Marufuji.
He's 100% right. If this
I
was AEW, it would be the opposite reaction. I think it's a very fair assessment and criticism to make. I'm happy WWE is doing this. Don't get me wrong. I think it shows great growth inside the company that they need to realize sometimes that working with other brands is beneficial for not only their company, but the talent. And I've always been someone that's a proponent of, well, if you're not booking this guy and you have nothing for him, let him go work somewhere else. And I think opening the door up the door for business for these other companies, I think in the long run is good for everybody. I don't see them doing this with AEW at all, ever. But you never know at this point, right? Because of the way that here's the thing, right? AEW would need this to happen. The only way that I could see is of an AEW WWE thing working together is Tony would literally have to go to them and say, we do an invasion, but of course even you guys winning would still give us a bump. So that's one way you can do it, but I don't know. I don't know if you're going to go that route. I don't know if they want to go that route because, again, it just has been such bullshit that's been slung. And it's not just them. It's been on both sides. WWE, I felt like, has been more subtle about it, and they've talked about it a lot less. But at the same time, there has been stuff thrown at both companies, both parties. No one's innocent in this. But at the same time, it's been fun. And other times it's just been like, well, this is pathetic and sad. But most of the time, it's somewhat can be fun. But the criticism is fair, and the statement is fair. That if this was AEW, that the reaction would be completely opposite. So that's a fair assessment.
All right. So I had an order. I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to see if this is the one. Because I think segueing, this is the one. So this one's by David, and it kind of encapsulates exactly what this conversation we're talking about currently is. So I want to do this one next. So again, this one is by David. It's kind of talking about exactly what we're talking about, so that's why I'm going to it. It's true that WWE is basically exploiting TNA, but people think TNA should drop out because of that. Like TNA isn't benefiting too, though, the relationship between the two is symbiotic. The fact is, WWE featuring TNA talent in any form is a big up for the company, and to be frank, WWE's featuring of TNA talent is way better than what WWE did. All AEW did was rob them of their world title for most of the entire year, and wouldn't even drop it back to TNA signed talent. So yeah, WWE is getting a lot of TNA, but TNA is getting far better deal from TNA, I'm assuming he means WWE, than they ever got from AEW. So I think it's fine. I don't see people complaining about all the small companies that AEW has exploited in its short history, or the fact it's essentially performed a talent raid on Japan's upper mid-card and main event talents. There's Triple H and WWE and TNA. Can't get them all on the same screen, but I'll cut Triple H's head off, I guess. I want to get your thoughts here, because I agree with David that I think this benefits both parties, WWE and TNA. Yeah, WWE is the bigger company, so you could maybe accuse them of some kind of like, okay, I'm overruling you. But, and we talked about this last week, where Jordynne Grace is potentially, a missed opportunity for WWE to throw a title on her. But let's be real, like, there are times that I look at AEW and they take those titles from the other promotions, and then it's like months, if not longer, until they give them back. Whereas WWE's not playing that role. You can make, again, the argument with Jordynne Grace, but they didn't put a title on her. And nor did they put a TNA title on Roxanne Perez in that match.
No.
So, do you think there's credence to how these are portrayed, especially since in AEW, those talent and those titles, more accurately, is up for grabs?
When Kenny Omega was TNA champion, it did do some. It was beneficial to TNA for a while, for a little bit. All right. But it wasn't, I think, the type of positivity that Jordynne Grace and Joe Hendry and Kazarian have kind of caused. So, like, the positivity with that, because especially with Joe Hendry, I mean, the social media numbers are fucking ridiculous. But it's worked. And I think it's gotten Jordynne Grace especially to become a household name. Joe Hendry too. And both of them have chances now to be stars. AEW has done more damage to independent wrestling than any other company I could ever think of. The indies were really doing great in like 2016, 2017, 2018. AEW capitalized on that, and they killed Ring of Honor. And New Japan is a shell of where they were 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago. A lot of that has to do with COVID. They never, I don't think, fully recovered. But Okada leaving was massive. You're talking about a guy who was literally a John Cena, and he just up and left. Will Ospreay was another top talent over there, gone. And they lost some other guys too over to AEW. Kota Ibushi, a few others, Omega, like the Bucks, in the last 5 years, and they're into the such a bad start that they got to go to one of AEW's main eventers to be their IWGP champion. And here they are. They got stripped of all this talent from 5 years ago. And then within 3 years, you go and make a deal to do like this joint show, right? And has it really benefited anybody else other than AEW? Like, do they get a percentage of the gate? Do they get a percentage of the house, the pay-per-view buys? Like, do they, or does that all go to Tony? Like, what does it do for you? Because the same people in the States, at least, that are watching AEW are probably already watching your product anyways. So you really gain anything by it.
Like, what is that?
Exactly. Exactly.
I just like that's exactly where you're going with it. So I figured, why not?
It's just I think WWE has done more with the TNA partnership. I think that, and they're not dicks about it.
No, they're not.
They're not overly. They're just letting people know, hey, our guy's going here. They're going to face this guy, and they're working with promotions. I mean, even though AAA, I guess, is supposedly working the Forbidden Door show, so I don't know if that's going to affect their standing with WWE in recent times, but considering they're talking, but it's so interesting now where we're going to be able to, about all these talents are going to be able to cross over and show up. And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Like, all these companies should have been working together years ago. I understood why, but at the same time, I think it's just, they're helping more. I think they're going to do more to help these promotions than anything that AEW has done, honestly.
No, I agree. I don't think there's much else to say there, honestly. So I figure we'll just move on. Got, looks like 4 or 5 articles left or so. So this one is maybe somewhat related, but less so. Edge and Christian, Cody and AJ. If I was AEW, I would say it is flattering that WWE has elevated their product in direct correlation to competing with AEW. The meme is just for funny. The profit. So it's John Cena and Idris Elba as WWE and AEW. He does exactly what I do, but later. I disagree with the connotation that it was later. I don't even think it has anything to do with Edge and Christian. I think it's everything to do instead with 6.5 star matches of Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay. And that's more the reason we got Cody and AJ.
I agree.
I don't even know what else to say to this. I understand the connotation of like, hey, we did this first, but I didn't think there was much else to really talk about there. So
No, I agree.
we'll just kind of move on. This one, however, was kind of something we had talked about before in terms of guessing before Monday Night Raw of who was going to be in the Wyatt Six, and Alexa obviously comes to mind. Creepy Alexa was a vast departure from the mean girl character we've always known her to be and to portray. Despite this journey into a new character, Bliss thrived connecting with fans on an even deeper level. Unfortunately, Wyatt's passing left a story open that was unfinished. Should Alexa decide to return to the ring, she's currently out on maternity leave, it would only be right for her to finish that story in her Wyatt story. Bray would be proud. This one by WSM. I'm on the fence
I like Mean.
personally.
I'm on the fence because I like Mean Girl Alexa more.
Same.
But I understand the idea of her going back to that gimmick.
I think it wouldn't be
I understand
bad considering that's where it was kind of left before
Right.
she went on maternity leave. And I think it opens a new facet, especially now that we know Nikki Cross is at least one of the female talent in that stable. Calling it the Wyatt 6 because it might be 6 people. We only saw 5 on Raw. We don't know if that means she's coming back, if she then gets quote unquote for the Star Wars nerds, seduced to the dark side. We have no idea. So who's to say? But I think it would be interesting for her at least to explore that storyline, whether she ends up joining them permanently or not.
I agree.
All right. So I just move on if that's the case. Then I don't.
No,
think
there's not much
to
really
say.
I can add. There's not much really I can add
Yeah,
because I'm on the fence about it. It's not like
Same.
anything that I've sat here and I've been like,
Yes.
it's just I'm just giving my thoughts. I like Alexa as the mean girl more, but if they want
I
to go back
agree.
and reinvest it, I don't blame them either.
Yeah, I don't disagree on either of those statements and either of those thoughts and feelings. I agree. I think Mean Girl Alexa was awesome, and she was able to pull it off very well considering what we know about her and the Disney princess in her, as it were. But I mean,
Yeah, she's very. When I met her at the signing, how she just talked with kids and that type of stuff. It's like you really are not what they advertise like at all.
yeah, she's
It's just she is.
So, all right, let's go on. I almost want to save this one for last. Let's go to the Impact NXT segment here. So Impact NXT, I got a question for you. What are you doing with Joe Hendry? So we talked about this earlier. This past week, against all odds, and we're pairing him with Ace Steel and having him job to Frank Kazarian of all people. Then on NXT, he's eliminated immediately. If there's a larger story at hand for Joe, then I hope it's a good one because having him take a loss, get a manager he didn't need, and be eliminated quickly the way he was seems backwards if there's no end game. I hope there is. Whenever I watch Impact, Joe Hendry seems to be one of the few people the crowd is legit overjoyed to see, not to mention Joe Hendry has a strong social media presence following as well. So can you argue he is some sort of a draw? He'll bring his fan base with him wherever he goes. This one by Blackheart. It's more or less the same picture I posted earlier when we talked about WWE news after Clash at the Castle, where Joe Hendry comes out at NXT Battle Royal to determine the number one contender for Trick Williams and his title.
When AJ Styles debuted in WWE in 2016, he came out the Royal Rumble.
Yes.
Vince McMahon had no idea what the pop was going to be for him.
Correct.
He went out, got the huge pop, and Vince made the decision at that point, okay, we're going to go with this guy.
Yeah.
That is also, I think, that moment of like, okay, do they even know who this guy is? That's what I think they did with this, with Joe Hendry. I think it was I think it was just a test of water to be like, okay, does this guy have something? And I think they figured out, yeah, he does. And I think you're going to see him factored in more moving forward. They're going to use him again. It's quite obvious they're going to use him again.
Yeah.
And they're going to,
Well, so hold on a second. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I think this is a perfect segue to ask this question. Do you feel that, maybe not on paper, obviously, but do you feel that NXT is NXT. Do you feel that TNA is almost like a fourth brand right now, where they want to bring in guys to the third
It feels
brand
like it.
and test them out a little bit?
it feels like it, or they're preparing to, or they're in preparation for a sale.
Maybe.
And maybe this is where WWE can start introducing talent that they want. Because if they buy the IPs and all this and it gets combined as one entity, which all in all can happen. Plus also there's TNA is also under the streaming umbrella of Endeavor, which is the same parent company as WWE.
Yep.
So there is pots. Well, I guess you could say there are a lot of hands going to the pie or going into the cookie jar, as they say. And I think that's something people are really not talking about, is the fact that Endeavor is their streaming partner. So there might be something to that where it makes the deal easier.
Sure.
I still think that there's the sale thing. There's something to it. I don't know if when Scott D'Amore left, I feel like that might have been the last stumbling block.
I agree.
For them to kind of be able to just say, we want to get out of this.
Right.
So, yeah.
All right. I don't disagree. I think those are good points all around for both of us. So let's move on. There's 3 left after that one, and I really don't know which to go in first, so we'll just kind of go with Peculiar Pete here. I know this article very well because I've read it a few times because I don't want to slap his ass. Jack Perry's return to AEW has been a wild ride. Let's be real. It's blowing CM Punk's WWE comeback out of the water.
No,
I agree. Perry's matches have been absolute bangers, and his feuds are actually meaningful.
It hasn't.
I agree. He got in the fire in his belly, and it shows. On the other hand, Punk's return has been a snooze fest. It's like he's just going through the motions, relying on his old tricks instead of bringing something new to the table. The magic's just not there anymore. Perry's return feels genuine, like he's actually passionate about wrestling again. Punk's comeback, on the other hand, feels like a cash grab. It's like he's phoning it in, collecting a paycheck, and leaving us all wondering where this real CM Punk went. So if you want to see some actual wrestling excellence, tune into AEW and watch Jack Perry do his thing. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. And he has his regular-ish sign-off with, "This is Peculiar Pete, and it's true, I'm back, hold your applause." Pete, I wish you never came back, I'm sorry.
God, where were you hiding? That's where you should have stayed.
Yeah. Dude, I can't disagree more, number one. And number two, CM Punk's been injured.
CM Punk's been hurt, but he still made the best of it.
Exactly.
And the fact that he's done some really meaningful stuff on television and behind the scenes where Jack Perry has done nothing. Nothing meaningful on camera. Nothing meaningful backstage. The fact is that he seemed like an asshole backstage. He seemed like a fucking spoiled brat. And all you guys did at the end of the day, was just let him get away with it. Let him get away with throwing temper tantrums. Let him get away with the same bullshit. And you chose him over CM Punk. CM Punk now has been doing meaningful and successful stuff in WWE. Well, Jack Perry has been playing fourth wheel to a group that really no one cares about. Since the ratings have gone down since he's come back.
I don't think that's his fault, but I know what you're getting.
It's not his fault. But at the same time, he's not a fucking star.
No.
Like, he's just not. He's got nothing else he can do, right? He's not a good actor. You've seen his promo work. He's not. So, like, this is all he knows really how to do. And he has to make it or break it.
Yeah, I will add this. At 1.6 thousand reactions and over 1,000 comments, Pete, you got people talking about it. Probably not in the best way possible, considering 1,000 of these reactions are laugh reactions.
Yes.
Most likely because they disagree with you. I'm not going to read through all these comments, but 1.1 thousand comments, probably not the best of comments either. So for those that commented, those that want to comment, go to this post, give Peculiar Pete your thoughts and why you disagree, and take it from there. Because I don't have much else to say here. It's just, I can't disagree more with this post. CM Punk's been injured. Jack Perry is not a believable heel. The most meaningful interactions or reactions that he's had has been part of what the Elite, or really the Young Bucks and Okada, have been doing. Not through any facet of what Jack Perry himself does. So I'm just going to leave it there. I have two, and I really debate which one I want to play first or last here at this point. I think we'll end it on a funny note, which both are funny anyways, but
Okay.
this one is speaking to the booking of WWE. So there's reasons why I picked this one first that I'm sure, Dan, you'll be aware of once we get to the last one. This one by Proud Smark, Forever, I guess. Batman Forever, whatever. I can't believe people like to scrap. You people rag on AEW, on everything, AEW does, but then you accept this complete absolute trash of a show from WWE. Nothing was good about it. Not the Schrader Cody Rhodes, or the absolute terrible human CM Punk / Phil Brooks. WWE puts on its worst PLE among a list of bad PLEs, and you all act like AEW is the problem. Like AEW can't put on good shows. There's only one company trying to put on good PLEs, and it's not the one being gutted by Triple H. And here is Papa H as a clown.
I mean, look, AEW pay-per-views, they've had some great matches.
Sure.
They're very
absolutely.
long now, though. They're ridiculously fucking long. And they're like 15 match cards, which that's kind of why
It's
I get
too
burned out with a lot
much,
of... Yeah, it's why I got burned out with WWE pay-per-views for a while.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
So I disagree wholeheartedly. And I'm not... But on just some of the comments, I will agree, and I will say that AEW has had some great pay-per-views. I can't deny that. They've had some great matches. But that's in spite of the bad booking. That's in spite of the bad storytelling and things of that nature. But I can't argue about the matches. I'm not going to argue about the matches. So from that standpoint, I agree, but that's pretty much also where I end agreement, because I feel like WWE has structured the PLEs better. Sorry that show probably didn't live up to a lot of people's expectations. I didn't expect it to be anything world-beating. But it's the thing about WWE. At least with their PLEs, some of them are bad, right? So, but I feel like in the last couple of years, they haven't been so bad. Is it going to be memorable? Probably not, but it'll be not. I don't think it's bad. So
I agree. We've talked about this. I don't think any of them have been awful. I think there are some that are hit or miss. There are some that are better than others, but that's not to say they're bad.
no,
You know, and when you look at the fact that they have enough content, going into next year, where not only is WrestleMania going to be 2 nights, but so is SummerSlam. I think that is indicative of their success.
well, SummerSlam in 2026, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 years. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we
again,
still don't know what's going to happen next year.
That's true, and we don't.
I still think it might be Wembley.
Oh man, that would just burn his ass up.
I can't wait.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
Because they still got they got this low viewership around their contract renewal and around Wembley, and they're probably going to do half of what they did last year.
I don't know. We'll see. There's a good possibility that maybe the names that they've got over the past year after the last one might drive them to a significant, if not similar, number. But I don't know if it's going to be the same either. You know, because the thing is this.
I mean, they've sold around 40,000 now, which the problem is you got to sell another 30 to 40,000 in 2 months.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Are they going to put this like
you got to move 5,000 you got to move 5,000 tickets a week for the next 8 weeks.
Yeah, easily. But
you can't even fill
this though. Hold on.
You can't even fill 5,000 seaters right now.
So my comment is: listen, they're going back to like adding it like a combo meal at Burger King, where you get the tickets to go with it. Like,
buy one get one Whopper. If you buy a Whopper right now here at McDonald's, here at Burger King, you'll be able to get a free pair of tickets to AEW's All In at Wembley Stadium.
You don't have to deal with this with WrestleMania, right? We've talked about this the last couple of years. Like, it's always that, like, we want to go, but they're way too expensive.
Yes.
And here's the difference. People will still buy that ticket. Are they going to buy $1,000 plus ticket for AEW All In? Probably
no.
Yep. We talked about it earlier.
No, they're not.
We talked about it earlier with Forbidden Door. It's going to be somewhat local to me. And am I going to spend top dollar? I'm going to tell you no. Just before we even get to any type of like build up to that question. No, I'm not. You know, the nosebleeds are $30. I'll wait to see if the cam side closer to the ring is going to be the same. And then if it is, I'll consider it. But if it's not, no, I'm not buying it. If it's WrestleMania, yeah, I'll buy it. But that's WrestleMania.
Right.
But that'll bring us to the final article. Not even maybe an article, but more of a shout out. So this one is by hashtag I can't pronounce. Almanackard, I believe is how you say that. Dang. Coachman coming off the top rope with the dagger, but is he wrong? So Mercedes Moné posted with her green hair, no less, that the Boston Celtics are champions. For those that don't know, despite the fact that she is related to Snoop Dogg, Mercedes Moné is a Bostonian by birth.
We don't claim her.
Yeah, we don't claim her. However, Coach Jonathan Coachman went, I hate to make this pun, but all in. And he said the following in response to her social media post. This is great. It's good for Mercedes to remind herself what a full arena insurers actually look like. Shrug emoji, come on, I had to. Tune into Behind the Buckle, this week as we launch a second show with BTT Tommy C and myself and debate the biggest topics in pro wrestling. We drop on Fridays. I think this is fucking hilarious, honestly.
It is absolutely hilarious.
So
did she have the belt with her? Did she have the belt with her at the show?
I don't think it was in the picture, but I think she did. It's
what
not
an asshole.
It's not in the picture. Listen, I gotta say, like, out of all the posts that we've seen, whether we talk about them or not, this cracked me up. And Almanackard, I just gonna say, like, thank you for posting this. Even though it's not much of an article, thank you, sir. Thank you. Because we talked about...
You brought it to our attention, so that's important.
Exactly, and we're talking about it on the show, which is even just as more important. But truthfully, like, I read this from the coach, and I could not stop laughing. Just straight up. I was laughing hysterically. Because at the end of the day, like, you and I, like, we've talked about this, and I feel like everybody knows at this point, we crap on Mercedes Moné at this point.
No.
We think she's incredibly overrated. We think that for what she's getting paid, it's 100%, like we were talking about with contracts for the Celtics earlier, it's 100% outlandish. Having said that, the fact that the coach, is calling out the fact that it's like, oh, hey, it's good to remind yourself what a full arena of cheers looks like or hears like. It's just fucking great. It's just great.
It brings a smile to my face because it's just, you gotta call it for what it is. Like, I'm sure she's going there and she's just like, oh my God, as your bestie Bailey is killing it right now in front of all these big arenas, and you're just with a company that is cold as ice, and it's got to be so frustrating. It's got to be frustrating. Like, as a talent, you got to be sitting there and being like, God damn it. Like,
She made the choice.
she did make the choice. You made the choice. You took the money. You never gave Triple H a shot. Like, that's my problem.
I don't know if
She walked out of the company. She walked out of the company. I understood why she walked out at first. But then, as soon as Vince got not left, you should have been back with that company within 90 days.
At minimum.
At minimum. And then all of a sudden, like, you had to give him that extra opportunity. But then you didn't. You were able to get into Japan. And then you got thrown all this money at you, which I don't blame you for not taking it. You should have taken it. I don't blame you. Like, I don't.
Well, we
Talent
discussed
should
it on
get
this
paid.
Program. She got exposed in Japan.
Oh, she did. Without question. I'll admit her match work has been decent. Some of the matches I've seen her in, I'm like, yeah, all right, it's good. Not memorable, but decent.
May you sex, may you sex, may you sex.
I know.
May you
Oh,
sex.
God. It's
Man,
like, at
it's
that
one of the
point, it
worst
should have just been
promos
like, oh,
ever.
God, it's the worst.
It was, and that's the thing.
Her shitty fucking dance. I hate it so much.
It was bad, yeah. It was bad.
So much. Ugh.
Still a great post by the coach, though. Like,
Yeah, but
I
loved it.
hate Jonathan Coachman, but holy shit, like that's a take.
I love how they mentioned her as one of the celebrities at the game the other night. I was like, oh fuck, like really?
Yeah, I was like, get out of here.
She's not a face. She's not a celebrity.
She's an asshole. She's an asshole. She's an asshole.
She's an asshole.
See, like that's a better nondescript. Like I don't even know what the word is right now because I'm so tired. But like that's better riff than frickin' Spider-Man theme of "Mayu Sucks." Like, just go away.
It's just she's got go away heat with me. Like
She
it's
does.
just
I
she's
think
just annoying.
Overrated too.
She is so overrated. So overrated. It's been that way for years. And it's just
She got
like it's
exposed.
funny. It's like she makes the Wahlbergs tolerable. Actually,
Oh
no,
my
that's I
God.
can't say that. I can't say that because I like Mark and Donnie. Like I like both those guys. But there are other people from this state like that I've come to realize. I'm like, God, like John Cena
I was
wasn't
waiting for
there.
it.
Like
If you didn't say it, I was going to say it myself. So,
but it's
Yeah.
just like with her, it's just like we don't claim you. Fuck off.
The biggest issue for me is, like I said, she got exposed when she was in Japan.
She did.
I think what people need to realize is that FKA Sasha Banks was a written character, where in Japan and to a lesser extent AEW are trying to write her in a different way, and it's not fucking working.
No, it's not.
Because of the simple fact that they're giving her, I can't believe I'm saying this after we talked about WCW earlier, too much creative control. It's not absolute like it was with Hogan, but you can tell there is a degree of creative control that they have now given her with the writing staff that she brought in herself, because it's been documented that this happened, and it's just too much to the point where she's still exposed.
There is going to come a time in this company, and it's going to be sooner rather than later, that Tony is going to just abandon the women's wrestling. I feel
wouldn't
like
even say it that way. I would say I would say a percentage of the roster. I wouldn't
percentage
say
of the
just
roster.
women's-
I'm almost thinking that that's where he's going to go, because, and I just don't think he's going to show that. He's just going to show them prominently, because it's just, he looks at it as you're the lowest rated segment every time, and Mercedes hasn't done what she should be doing for the amount of money I'm paying her. And that could cause a problem. And if you're, you look at Camille, who signed back with them, I think in February or January from the NWA, she has yet to debut. And she's a star in her prime that is ready, that's just been sitting there collecting a check. Haven't even used her. What the fuck?
I got two things. So, first of all, for me personally, when Triple H WWE got Juliana, that was like a nail in a coffin for me. She would have fit incredibly well with the AEW roster. Not that I want to see her there, but I'm just saying, like, her style fits there currently. Coming from Japan fits there, obviously, as well. The second thing
she's also very loyal, and I'm sorry to cut you off, she's also very loyal to the guy, I can't remember his name, when he got fired from Stardom, when she went to work for his other company, his new startup. And then, of course, Tony does not get along with that guy. And he's spoke very negatively about that guy on social media, which did not run him any favors with the people that are loyal to him.
Right.
And Julia is one of those people that are loyal to him.
I agree.
Your second point, sorry.
But no, you're good. You're good. That was a good segue. My second point is that if you look at the depth of female talent, it's like night and day.
Yeah.
You have Mercedes Moné, whereas, and let's be real, like, that's not the only name, but in terms of like big female talent, people know Mercedes more than they know like some of the others, like Britt Baker, for example. Just throwing that name out there. Like, you have Anna Jay, but again, does that stack up against like a Becky Lynch? No, it doesn't. Then you have other female talent that has gotten over, whether it be through WWE's designs or not. We don't know. But you have Rhea Ripley. You have Charlotte Flair. I already mentioned Becky Lynch. You have Liv Morgan, who also has kind of become that household name. What do you really have in AEW for female talent? Yeah, you have Toni Storm. Is she the household name? You can make an argument that yes. You have Thunder Rosa, who has had a very strong comeback, but is that the same as, we'll say, when Becky Lynch comes back in a few months, if that's the scenario? I just don't think it's the same level.
Toni Storm, I feel like when her contract is up, is going to get so much money from WWE, she's out of there. And again, she's another person that signed, that left the company when another person was booking, and might want to go back because the new person that really liked her is now booking. And two, with that character, they're going to be able to do more than AEW is going to be able to do. And eventually, for Toni, she's going to get buzzsawed by Mercedes at some point. It's coming.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's where the test begins for that character. So,
No, you're not wrong. You're 100% not wrong. There's Thunder Rosa, there's Britt, who's been off TV, there's Anna Jay, and some of these talents are bigger names maybe than they would have been, but it's still putting them up against the Becky Lynch name or Rhea Ripley name or Charlotte Flair name. It's still night and day. It's just still not to that same degree. So to your point, whether Tony tanks a good chunk of the roster or just the female talent that is not over, that remains to be seen, but I wouldn't be surprised either if that's the case. But
Right.
looking at the time, looking at what we have, it's about all we got, unless you have any other thoughts that you want to go through or anything like that.
I think I have exhausted all of my thoughts for this evening.
I agree.
Or this week. I always come into this and I'm thinking, that'll be quick. But it always turns into we're talking about something and I lose my train of actual thought, but it leads to something. So I'm always just like, let's see where we can go
We
back.
started strong, and when we finished,
yes.
maybe not so much.
Yeah. It's like, I'll make my point in the first 10 minutes and the rest of the 20 minutes afterwards. Yeah, you don't need that. But no, not this week. I think everything has been kind of exhausted. I'm still trying to get over this Celtics victory. It's been a long week in that sense.
Yeah.
Being in this town, being from this area, winning a championship is different for most parts of the country. Because there's some that just don't care after a certain point. And I've seen some of these parades where nobody shows up. Even when Tampa won a couple of years ago with Tom Brady, I'm just like, do they really care? It's a tourist town. Most of these people they're transplants. They're from other parts of the country. Do they really care that this is happening? Where today, I got reminded again that this town really, because I question sometimes about the Celtics and their love in this town. But again, I just it's a phenomenal day. It's one of those things that it never gets old. So from that end and that sense, from this town, it's going to be on top once again. I'm sure there's certain parts of the country that are watching this and they're just like, of course, he's talking again about his goddamn sports teams. But listen, folks, it's fun. And Mac, I think, will tell you the same thing, that even though he's wanting the goddamn Bruins to come through eventually, which I hope they do for him.
Shut up, bitches.
Every week. Boo-rah. Exactly. I'll have you know that I have found a Ray Bork jersey that I am in the market for. That I will that down the line I might be getting. And if I do, I will wear it in this program. Of course, not this time of year, considering the fact that it's in the fucking 90s, but that's besides the point. It'll be something I think for the fall and winter. If I do purchase it, I will wear it on this program. But I found it recently, and I was just like, I love the color scheme, and I love the design, so I might have to get this. And also, that was the last player that I actually gave a shit about the Bruins, and when they traded him, I never forgave them, which has begun my pure hatred of this franchise. So that's where we'll leave it tonight, me explaining why I hate the Bruins. Mac, do you have anything else to finish off?
Shut up, bitches.
Thanks, Okada.
You're welcome. No, catch the Pro Wrestling World Talks on Spotify as well as Apple Podcasting. Catch the shoot on YouTube. We are still a combined show, at least for now, until pending further news. You can also follow the Diamond Podcasting Production channel, which is where you can find the shoot all three have social media on Facebook, on Twitter X, and on Instagram. So you can catch all of that content there. We're trying to post more often, obviously, on the shoot / Pro Wrestling World Talk / Diamond Podcasting Productions. So hopefully we'll catch you there. Make sure to like, favorite, subscribe, share, do all the things for all the shows, for all the platforms. And unless you got anything else, I think we're going home.
Go home.
And on that note, we're taking it home. Night, everybody. Good evening. Goodbye.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Something. Bye.
Shut up, bitches.
Boo ran.